How's it going? Hello everyone, time to do my usual get ready routine. Oh, also I should probably tell all the other two sources I would like to start. Hello other two sources, i.e. Kick and Twitch. We all stare at the portal, bask in its glow. Or something. Let's do all the little messages. Also, I need to set up my social stream thing. I had to finish stuff from work, so it took me longer to get online today than I thought it would. It happens. I'd stream so much earlier in the day if I could, but at least a couple hours earlier or something. Unfortunately, it's just not a thing. My social stream not picking up. Okay, it's got one. Like, we're really gonna do this today? We did that song and dance yesterday, social stream. That's the music playing. Oops. And good old YouTube. And I'll have all the messages up and tell the Discord, and then I can start. Or something like that. I wish YouTube had custom emojis. Oh, Kick might. I don't know if Kick does yet, but it doesn't seem like YouTube does. Alright, so that's all that crap. Hey Jens, offhand no, but I can check in a second. Just tell the Discord that I'm starting to stream. I get all my viewers here, right? Well, a lot of them anyway. Oh, mad? Fair enough. Alright, so got that. Let me figure out how much the many files are currently in this project. We're waiting. You back yet? Somebody's all the ones in the same location to make it easy. Re-imported them all, so now I have matching ones. Yep. Which is always exciting. Maybe not the speed it isn't, but now it's saying ad starts in. I got so many questions for good old Twitch. So I default there, Hierophant. Vamu. Hey Arnold. How's your day going? Finally, they're all the right ones. Anyway, in answer to the question earlier about the size of the project currently right now has 122 gigabytes of files in it. I'm not using all those files. When I last packaged it, it used something like 6 gigs, though. But I just put entire, you know, packs of assets in here to mess with, and then I just pick what I want out of it. So most of it's not actually under use. But some of it is. Some of it definitely is. Right, this table's what I want. Let's get on the ground. The very table from the pack that started it all. The tarot cards. Of course, I still got to put the same level walk traversables on top of things, so if I want to let Poppet grab him. True. Hey, Bard. I mean, you're not even first today. Damn. You're getting a little slow over there, jeez. Nah. Can I add spots in this? I can add a spline point. I could try to bend this one thing to the whole table. if I did that. Or I just make a bunch of little ones around the... I think I'll do little ones. Oh, let me do the collision on you. Oops. Ah, that beautiful collision there. 10 out of 10. The best collision I've ever seen. Would that I could get away with collision like that. Is that even close? Not really. Alright, I concede on that one. Oh. That's a lot. How badly do I want this table in here? Look at that monster. I mean, I like this table, I do, but how badly do I want this table in here? Or am I just okay with this table and saying screw it? I mean, this does look more special if this is the only table like it in the whole game. This table is obviously like a normal table. But that is some heavy, heavy collision there. Plus I gotta do this and put them around the outskirts of this, so it's gonna be like a million level block traversables. This will be like the heaviest table in the game. Versus a much lighter table. One of the problems is that I need these level block traversables here, so anything that sticks up like this kind of sucks because it doesn't really fit. Otherwise I have no way to grab it. You remember not to eat directly before the stream every time. I always feel like, ugh. So I was like, ugh. Do I like this table that much? It's iconic because it's, you know, what started it all. Well, part of what started it all, but would it really be that cool with these things wrapped around the outskirts of it? Or does this just work out better? My plan for this was to put all of them in a circle around it and have the portal in the center. Here they're just laid out like this, and that works too. Did you end up like cross-legged when you did that? Weird. I'm just weighing the ridiculous collision on this table, the effort it goes to put it, and how bad it will probably look with all those around the outsides, versus just this one here that probably looks better on average and is already set up to work and easily displays all the cards right in front of it. Kind of half measure here, I think. Just to see if I think it would look cool. They don't even really... Ugh, God, the collision on the top of this is terrible. You can't even directly drop them. They'd have to be like floating in the air. There's a reason I don't use circular tables, though. And that really is the collision issue with those blocks. I did it with the chapel where I made that one rounded thing, and I never made a rounded thing since. In the whole game, there's with the one rounded area with that, because it's just so obnoxious. I mean, the stereotypical room looks pretty much about like, well, I mean, this is fair enough for a stereotypical room. With the rounded table, the ornate chair. Nah. I just don't think this will look good. Oh, don't delete the portal. I don't think this will look good. When I try to put level watch reversibles on it, I think it'll look terrible. Same problem I already have with this thing here. Alright, well, I had to know. At least I brought the cards in, so that's good. That saves some time. Find some stuff to do. I want stuff from this one over here. So I can scroll through my notes, like the Sicka Mansion stuff. Probably just static meshes, not level block, thank you. I prefer to not have a bunch of different anythings if I can avoid it. So if I've already made something, I prefer to use that. Aren't there curtains or anything in there? Ah, yeah, these things here. That portal is hard not to select. Put all these in a subdirectory so I can just move all at once. Yeah, Ronald, it's on the fourth, in the fourth chapter. And you can enter it before you have all the cards. It just doesn't do a lot without all the cards. A late game room if you happen to achieve finding all 22 cards. And 2 of which I'm going to make very hard to find. Well, the world's obviously hard to find because it's the last one, right? Signifies the end of a journey. So obviously you have to get it last or it makes no sense. What it entails to get those. Well, it's easy to get the world, actually. It's floating right here, right? Just for the testing, I have one of these turned off so the portal can be turned on and off. Or to test the portal out. It's not actually going to be in this room, but I left it right there so they didn't work like that, but if you have all of them. It also shrinks if you're far enough away. So I'm gonna deck it out like a fortune teller's room. And go all Castlevania where they, you know, there's, if you do the right thing, you get to open a whole other area, and if you don't do the right thing, well, that's kind of cool looking. What are you, buddy? Well, probably help if I lock this, wouldn't it? I won't tell you how things are unlocked, but obviously you'll have to unlock them. These should probably be light emitters, maybe. That'd be kind of cool. Light emitters. Currently in the project files, there are 122 gigabytes. That's not how many files are actually used by the game. The game, when I last packaged it, was 6 gigabytes. And whenever I migrate the project, it goes down to, I think, like 12 gigabytes or something. But it's... I just put whole entire asset packs in here, and the asset packs are loaded with all these files I'm not using. Because I don't want to sit there and individually pull them in. No, technically you can get the world without collecting every other card. It is very possible. I mean, there's like certain cards that you could technically just decide to not pick up. Like along the path throughout the game, all 22 cards are there. They are there. Some are just harder to get than others, but there's no requirement to do that to get the world. But if you wish to open said portal, you need them all. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. But the world itself is obviously required to open the portal too. It's just the hardest to get because you have to have all the others to find it in the first place. Actually, that's not true. You don't have to have all those. You only have to have a specific card, and I'm not going to tell you which one. Well, to be fair, you'd have to grab certain cards throughout the game. Like, you could never beat the game without grabbing the Fool, because it's the only weapon you have for the longest time. It also breaks certain barriers at the start that you'd have no other way to break. The Magician's required. You could live without that one. You could... I don't think you can win without the Empress. You need the Emperor to win. You need the Hierophant to win. Honestly, you probably need the Chariot to win. No, I don't know on that one. Some of these later ones, I don't know if you need them to win. Like, to get the best ending, you need them. But to beat the game, or you could run by them and it wouldn't make a difference as far as being able to progress. There's no traversal requirement. Can you do the same, Yins? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's easier to have things there. Strength is double jump. It's required. So far, you don't need the Hermit. So far, you don't need Wheel of Fortune. That might change, because I don't know what their traversals are. You might need Hanged Man. You need the Moon. And you'll need the world to get to the final area anyway. Do I have any plans yet on what server your Steam will run on? Will it be free Steam server as you were mentioning before? I'm not going to run my game on any servers. It's not a multiplayer game. It's a single player game. Why would I run it on a server? That's weird. I got nothing on that one. Those are good if you want to run some sort of multiplayer thing with, like, you know, well, I mean, just if you're building a multiplayer game. So I've been told. I've not actually ever looked into them, but I saw videos saying they were good for that. I'm looking for something different. These aren't too bad looking, but I'd probably replace them. They have like a little thing that could sit here. They're a new thing. I kind of want a better table for this. I just want a rectangular table. And better chairs too, because these chairs are recycled a lot. Yeah. So not much point online for this game. Metroidvanias aren't really good for multiplayer. They're just not built for it. And I never went into this game with the intention of any kind of multiplayer involvement. None at all. There's exactly 0% chance that I add multiplayer to this game. It's just not built for it. It's kind of true. It's just not built for it. I don't know. Not sure if I want this. I have other crystal balls I could use instead, or the main crystal ball thing. Right here, yeah. I mean, I have the default one. Oh, that's huge. The problem I have with using these is they're using a collectible item throughout the game, so I don't know if I'd want one here. Because it looks just like the collectible, so then they're like, oh, gotta get that, obviously, right? It would be funny if the last crystal ball was actually just sitting on this table in here. Just doing its thing. It's just crystal ball collectible right here. I guess that's a good question. Why can't it be on this table? Why can't the last collectible be here? It's fitting. It's funny that you go and steal it. True. And I don't know why it can't just be there. Where'd I put it? There we go. And so I was like, wait a minute. I don't know if I want these. The problem is they're exactly one material. So I can't just change the orb. If I could change the orb alone, it would be pretty cool, but I don't want it to be the same material as the other, so I'd have to have a special material. Alright. So pay attention, the last crystal ball collectible is sitting on the table. I believe they're planned for 25 of these things. Just so people don't hate themselves, you know? Some of these rooms I just don't have an idea of like how they're going to look yet, so I'm kind of just building some concept stuff out. I mean, this is already beyond the third chapter, so in the third chapter I still am kind of thinking about what I'm doing with it, but... some things just make sense to me, so I'm just building them as I go. Other stuff I don't know about yet. Do I want to put that there? Oh god, that's huge. It's the chosen one. Some things scale like crazy amounts. Yeah, I'll just do this, have it here, because these curtains on here will make it seem so much more cool, I guess. Yeah. At least that's my theory, anyway. Drag onto world, not onto there. Why am I not designing in the light? It's really hard to see where these things connect with the ceiling otherwise. Wait, does this one have a rod on it? It does. Probably better. Also, this was stuck in the wall, by the way. I decided to say that. Maybe I'll let you run behind these. Just for fun. I don't see any reason not to. Do a little negative by there so it draws it the other direction, like a champ. I could start decking out the basement and the more mansion style stuff that I had. I don't use a lot of it because it's you get crap like this that is a solid piece and not very useful to me. But I guess I technically have this one here, the little till drawer I could use. Yeah, I hate when everything's solid. Kind of foobars my plans. I'm not sure I want this here or not, but I kind of want something in the center here too. Like these things off to the side don't quite do it for me. They don't quite do it for me at all. Actually, one of the things I could do... am I gonna... Let's say I could make almost like a little tent in the center in a way, but... Is that really what I'm looking to do? I don't know about that. That seems kind of mediocre in my mind. I realized this was not actually in the center of the room. I decided to point that out. I still have to gamify this, and I'm not sure I'm going to pull that off yet, but I don't need to gamify it anytime soon, so that's fine. Hey, Psycho. Game's going great. I've been laying out various chapters of the game. I was laying out the 4th chapter with important rooms in it, and making a fortune teller room. That'll look super sweet as soon as I turn the lights off again, but... I figure if I could design like 80% of the layout of the game and then just come back and start adding in the extra things later, that would be kind of good. Then I know what assets I need to get a hold of. Probably also work on the second boss somewhat soon too. I need to work on her. The second major boss, or I'd say the boss chapter 2. Clicking this card is hard. Challenging. Get closer. How come I can't click you at all? The hardest thing in the world to click. There we go. It's just a placeholder here to remind me to test things. Oh, well, see, let's say I just make a room that you run into and it looks really nice, right? It's just like, oh, cool, the room's neat, I get to just go around it. There's no game element to that, right? Like, if I just put a bunch of chairs and a table in a room with nothing in here, like, I mean, like, I put some neat curtains and some shelving, there's a bunch of stuff here with no purpose, that's not really a gamified room, that's just a room. And all my concepts are usually like that. Like, I'll make a room that's just, it's just full of some ideas, and that's it. Sometimes the concepts are really weak. But when you gamify a room, you take it and you add the gameplay into it. Like, you put in reasons to do things, right? Like, right now, like, I'm slowly kind of gamifying away because I put all these in here, right? So now there's something to do in here in the form of, you know, getting all these tarot cards and opening a portal. But that's not that gamified. Once I start adding things to jump from, like jump to this, jump to that, to get to places and things, so Poppet can do that, that makes it more of a gamified thing. Like, I start putting shelves and tables and things to get hold of, Poppet will have somewhere to go and places to do things, and that turns it into an actual gamified room. So essentially you're adding gameplay to it. Actually, I think I should have gone to the second chapter because that's got a lot of examples of rooms in various states, from pure concept to a gamified room. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll explain it better. I always make a really light concept for what I want a room to be first, and it doesn't really have a gamified thing. It's just some idea of how I kind of want the room to, like a theme for the room, and then over the next pass through I tend to gamify it. But sometimes the concepts are much more extreme than other ones. Like, I might design part of how the room looks in advance. Sometimes it's just so I can kind of see something, you know, in front of me because I don't have a very good vision of it in my head. Alright, so let's talk about rooms that are gamified and not gamified. So let's start with something that's like not particularly gamified. Okay, so like a room like this has no gameplay to it. It's simply a place to dine at. This is not gamified. This is like a simple concept of, hey, I want to have a dining room here because there's a restaurant here. Okay, and they can view this. So I put some tables and chairs here and said, okay, well, there's like a little thing to be up on. And I just put the key over here so you could get to the next room. But there's no gameplay planned in here. You're literally just, this is it. This is all it is. Like, there's no jumping to various platforms. There's no hidden things I gotta get. I can spawn some enemies, and that's sort of gameplay, but there's no plan for it. Just like this room. This room is much farther along as a concept. It has some kind of gameplay things, like there's like, you know, shelves up here to try to reach to get up on top of things. I don't know what that's for, but some things you can turn on and stuff. You can get up and down on things, but there's no point. Which is what makes this a concept. It's a cool looking concept, but there's no game here. It just looks cool. It's just a room to wander around in. So that doesn't have a game element to it. Then you take a room like this one here. This one has extremely gamified, because the plan of this room is to not only fight things, but to successfully hit this button over here and then get out over onto this island and then launch yourself up to here in order to get one of the little card things, and then use either the pipes or going around this way and the Empress to get over onto these, and then to get up to here, get on these, and then use the Empress to enlarge these, jump onto this, and find your way across here, 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 here to get a key. Neat. Cool. But then there's also secret passages to various areas too, so it's also, you get up to these things to do that, so that's partially a gamified thing there. But also, from these other rooms here, there's buttons in order to lower the water here, so you'll have to come back through here and keep going lower and lower, so there's platforming over water to get into another secret area, which you had to open up too. So that's, you see how there's like a game plan for this, like what you're supposed to do in the game, like actions you need to take in order to make the room useful for something? And that's where a room has been gamified, where there's an actual goal to it. Objectives that need to be accomplished. Then you have a room like this. This room is in a gamified state. It hasn't really, it's not been updated to its like final look yet. Like, I mean, it's just, it has a goal with it. The goal being to use these little light cubes that appear in these various places, drag them out of various places, and then lower the water by hitting buttons and jumping around from these things to these things, hitting all the remaining buttons in order to get the moon tarot at the bottom. All while dodging, you know, Charlotte. So that's like a gamified room. Well, a concept has been gamified now, so it's like the second phase of it. Looks terrible because I haven't bothered to make it look good yet, but it plays as a game with objectives. And that's largely what I mean by it. This is just an empty room. Like, this is like the first phase. All I did was maybe like going, well, it's a crow's nest, so maybe I'll do some, like, you know, clear things around the outside. Yeah, I don't even like it myself. And some of these rooms in this game are really gamified, like this one lowering the water from various places like that in order to get into this underworld thing, which then leads to multiple platforming sections to get keys and things, and then go back out and hit other buttons until eventually you can get all the way to the bottom to go through this maze to get the Emperor. It's a gamified thing. You have a goal. You have various actions you have to take in order to bypass this area. You can't just run through it. So that's largely what I mean, if that is a clear enough explanation. I can go into more detail, but I don't want to sound like a broken record or anything. Also, this room has a button up here in order to unlock this thing here, so you have to get in there. A secret way out. Some hidden floating things up here that you can come back to for later, if you have the right tools to get through things. I mean, the painting doesn't really count as much of a gamified element. I guess it's something to find. I haven't even finished all the areas for this because there's all these areas down here that I need to add things in to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean with gamified. But the other streams I make are never gamified. Not usually. Instead, it's just, okay, well, I'll put some concept stuff down, see how it goes, and go from there. Yeah. As well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty easy now because I have so many rooms to show off to explain everything. Early on, that was not the case. And I'm not going to gamify this area very quickly. I was just making the portal thing because I had a good idea for it, and I was like, ooh, portal. And that made me excited. It was just taking forever to do it for a second there. I was wondering about that. And so here I'm just doing exactly like, I'm just making mostly a concept room and planning out some stuff. I freely admit that I only have a vague idea of what I want this room to be. So if it looks like I'm kind of just putting things around and trying to figure it out, that's exactly what's happening. I'm trying to, in my mind, come up with what I want this to be and what it needs to be for the game. And I don't have a good answer yet. I mean, I know what the objective is. I know why you need... Okay, I don't want that too. I know why you need this room, but... I mean, the story for it and everything like that... Yeah, there's just a lot of... Well, I have a story idea for the whole thing too, because I did plan the game from the end to the beginning. the closer we get to the end, the better I know the story, because I often plan major events, not a lot of fluff in between, which I can pretty much freely add whatever fluff I want. Is there anything I wish I was better at as far as dev or things that could help you do better dev and anything other than $1 million? Well, at this point, I need to be better at, like, you know, doing all the cutscenes and things like that, like all the animation stuff for that. I don't have any skill with animating like that. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes. There's still some assets I need, I guess, but if we're talking like just skills I need, I definitely need better skills with use of the timeline and things like that. I could also be a better advertiser too. Not very good at that either. Most of the time I'm pretty good at just making do with what I got. It's probably my greatest skill, is my ability to just, you know, take a bunch of crap and slam it together in a way that's entertaining to people, or at least looks good. If we're just talking about life in general, then more time would be nice. Maybe being healthier would be nice too. I'm not that healthy, that's true. So those would all be good. Yeah, I think right now my biggest weakness is pretty much going to be timeline stuff at the moment. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to put like a lot of the story in here, and just how, like, what it's going to look like as far as how much time investment goes into it, because I don't really know. I can tell you this, that stuff takes a long time, so I really have no idea how that'll pan out. Hopefully well. It's definitely the biggest remaining X factor for getting this game done. Need more Flintstone vitamins? Yeah. I definitely take multivitamins. I've just had health problems for years at this point. No one knows what they are, what causes them. So all I can say is this: I just keep trucking along. I hope that I don't have any like really bad ones over the remaining course of this game, so I can get the game out. Probably doesn't help that I'm, you know, working like 80-hour weeks. But regular job plus this, if I want this game done, it takes a long time to finish a game. With any luck, this game will let me quit my other job, so I can work only one job. That'd be nice. Not holding my breath on that one. Be awesome if it could, though. Yeah, I've seen Flintstone vitamins. They're not a very good vitamin, but, you know, you could definitely eat them if you wanted. Yeah, plan B if you die if your game comes out. My plan B is, I mean, you know you have, but I think my plan B is everyone's just really sad and doesn't get the game. Better hope I don't die off. Just saying, better hope it. The fact that this is not in the center says a lot too. I kind of want to move the Tinka painting over a bit. I'm not sure I want all these curtains because I might actually want to have shelves, and these curtains don't really serve any gameplay purpose. So they seem more like a more like just a visual, not a gamified thing. I thought about that before thinking about the game being done. I mean, you know, if you're not healthy, then I can see that being a thing you'd think about. It's sad but true. Sometimes it do be like that. I could make rooms that don't have light in here. Interesting. I mean, this is a fine concept room. I'm sure I'll do a lot of other crap with it, but I mean, just the idea for what this is supposed to look like, it's not going to look like this at the end, but when I see this, I go, oh yeah, it's like a fortune teller room. It's yeah. I'm tempted to theme a lot of the areas down here like a dollhouse. And I might still. Basically a parody of, you know, a much... like a small version of like a giant... Well, actually, to be fair, this is like normal size house things, so... I don't know, maybe just a parody of a dollhouse? Something. I'll have to think about it. The basement has a few ways I could go with it, and I've been thinking about it for a while, which way I want to go with it. And what's through the portal, too? That's actually just a picture of the chapel, by the way. It just seemed like the most ominous picture I had. Funny that the weird little religious chapel is somehow the most ominous picture. But, I mean, here you go, right? And that's just how it is. She's also dancing in front of the portal. Dance time. Yeah. Gotta follow. Oh, thanks for the follow, Meg. How's it going? You're just in time to see the portal. Look away from the portal, children. Do not go into the portal, oh god. I mean, I'm gonna have to make it go to a different area entirely. Obviously, it doesn't do that yet. It's a good track for just the generic track for down here, though. Maybe I won't. I don't know, like, I don't like to pretend like I'm gonna be, you know, instantly successful or good at something, having spent no time doing it, right? Like, I spent like a one day kind of looking at timelines at one point, and I really haven't looked at them since. So, that kind of... Yeah, that's a... Not something I'm going to bank on. I'll figure something out. Well, Poppet's a Daz model, so she has a Daz skeleton. And then I'm using the game animation sample to retarget her in real time to the UEFN mannequin, which is what the game animation sample works off of. I like the portal. I really should work on the second area, not here. I was having some fun with the ideas. I was thinking of having a failed toys room, a furnace, because you know you could burn the failed toys. I don't have a furnace though. I'll have to make something that looks like a furnace. If I keep that room. I wrote names on doors for some of the concepts. That's it. Also, I've been using the ornate doors for these down here. Wait, are there two doors here? There's two doors here. There most certainly is 2 doors. Thanks, Automate. Yeah, I'm doing a concept for like the 4th chapter, and I haven't even finished the 2nd chapter yet, so I was just like, I want to make a couple cool rooms, and you know, the only rooms I've actually made are the one and this one here that I was working on. But this one I made 1,000,000 years ago. I made it on stream, so it's not really that much of a spoiler. You will fight in here. This is actually not going to be here. I just put the world there to remind myself that the world needs to be somewhere in this general vicinity. I'm supposed to be working on chapter 2. Which I'm pretty certain is like 40% done. I think chapter 1's like 95% done. Chapter 3 is like maybe like 5 to 8% done. Chapter 4 is probably not even 1% done. I have a long game ahead of me to go. I'm trying to release in like 16 months or something from now. I don't know if I'll make that or not. I'm gonna try real hard. Yeah, I can give you a bit of a tour. You drop a nav mesh. That one out yet? Nope. Okay, good. Of course, I can give the better tour in chapter 1. Chapter 1's so complete. This one's not that complete, but whatever. You can only see what it looks like. Like whenever there's a raid or something, I usually I'll do like a big old playthrough thing. Oh, I was trying to see if the kill cubes worked correctly, didn't I? Yeah, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. And she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is basically like a theme park in a building where the dolls come to light for the night because of a curse and try to kill each other, for the most part. Or, as I like to say, it's a small world, if you know anything about Disneyland. And the main mechanic of the game is if she's in the darkness, she gains cursed power, which is like what gives power for all her abilities, powers all the toys. But she loses her sanity, and if her sanity ever hits 0, the curse wins, so that's bad. But if you go to the light, you'll gain your sanity back, but you won't gain any curse power, so you kind of have to bounce between the two. That's the simple spiel. She used tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a squeaky toy. It makes funny noises. The fact that these float is so weird to me. They shouldn't float. Let's probably fix that. We have like the Empress, which is essentially Bomberman. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby once they count to 8 now instead of 10. And the red ones deal damage. Whenever you start to go insane, you start to see all these, insane messages around here. Get my sanity back, hide by the light here. Unfortunately, there's no good use for the Magician here, so I'll have to kind of hold off on that one. I'll use Wheel of Fortune for now. Why not? Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. The black dice deal damage to anything nearby, and the white dice heal you. It's all based on whatever it rolls, so... Fun abilities. It is the Isle of the Forgotten. Yes. As you can see, most of the game is largely about maneuvering around these weird environments. It's Metroidvania, so you get various abilities so you can get places. Well, the Empress can grow and shrink plants. Comes up a lot in the early chapters. Especially this chapter and the previous chapter. Probably not after that, though. This Temperance, it's a bubble wand. If I can even hit this from there. It's kind of at a weird angle. Yeah, I can. The bubble's so big, it's kind of hard to hit it sometimes. It's not very good at point blank range. See, it bubbles enemies. Doesn't stop them from shooting you, though. Does stop them from moving. Recently added the Devil Terror, which needs better particles, I think, but it has a shield that causes the curse to be reversed. So now in the darkness I gain sanity, but I gain no curse power, and in the light I lose my sanity and gain curse power. Isn't that exciting? So over here now I would start losing my sanity. But also fires fireballs. Not that handy right now because there's nothing nearby to kill, but... I wonder how many people are going to find this key when they first start, like, if they've never seen me stream this. This key is kind of a jerk key, by the way. If you're paying attention, it's right up here, the secret passage key. Congratulations. Oh, she saves by jumping into toy boxes, so... I do have menus and everything that work. Doesn't have the right picture for the stream yet, I haven't put that in yet. Has a map. Map's not very good yet, just kind of shows where they connect. Collectibles... I need to do that. Options menu works though for all the stuff. That's good. Yeah, you collect keys in order to open doors to get to the next area. This is just her dashing, so. The magician's like telekinesis, it lets you manipulate small objects, such as door handles, windows, drawers, cupboards, light switches. There's not many uses of it down here other than to open doors, but the load distance on those doors is not good enough. Nope. Yeah, this area is heavily under construction, so... You entered the underworld really quickly, actually. I should probably name this cave something else and not call it the underworld. It's kind of a spoiler for a later area, yo. This area is about lowering this water in this fish tank here. I guess aquarium is the right word for it. This whole chapter is about playing with the water levels and things. I was experimenting with stuff, so water's down there now. Disable all screen messages. So you hit again, it goes. Sadly, the waterfall's in a different room now, so you can't even see the shut off for it. Sucks. Was there a key in here? Might be. Apparently Justice is just a pistol. It's fun. It's kind of hard to shoot these things with it, though. Because the shots are so small. Yeah. I touched the glowy orb. She uses a projectile that's bigger than that one. I had in the hangman recently, so it's fun. It basically fires a rope from your neck over to various things so you can hang yourself essentially as often as you want. Poppet's a doll, she doesn't breathe, so she's not actually going to hurt herself for that. It's pretty funny though. Yeah, you kind of get an idea of what the game is alike. They just run by everything. I had to lower the water at this point in order to get to this key. Actually, I didn't lower the water far enough. Okay, well, I would have died there, but... Oh, I had to go over to this other room. Oh, I'm dumb. I can't even remember my own game. Isn't that terrible? I was supposed to go to this other room first to get the key, and then go get that, lower the water. Normally I wouldn't have jumped in there to do that, but whatever. I know chapter 1 like the back of my hand, but chapter 2 I keep changing it around, so I can't remember any of it yet. I'll eventually remember. Yeah, I'm supposed to go here and push the button first. This chapter is super maze-like. It doesn't appear to be a maze, but it's very maze-like the more I play it. Now bring the water down to there, and then you'd be able to get that key so it wouldn't be underwater anymore. Get myself up. But yeah, for a chapter that's like 40% done. I mean, most of the, like, the little rooms in between the big important rooms are the ones that aren't done. It's the actual important rooms that are done. Also, the bosses haven't been made yet, so that's kind of... Oh, wait. Never mind. I guess we just need this last one here. Tutorial on adding music to your game? Okay. Guessing I have some other things to do here. I think I make a better version of the other tutorial I recently did. Lead to your game. Yep. Essentially, we got to be able to lower the water enough that you can get into that room. Now, I'll just dash over. Actually, we'll Spider-Man our way there. This is actually a fun way to travel anyway. Because it launches you. You wouldn't have this here, but I'm just using it anyway because it's fun. Oh god, I missed. I'm terrible at Spider-Man. I'm so bad. Oof. Yeah, it's hard to aim sometimes. Yeah, I did the one with like gameplay tags, but I didn't do a very good job of an example. I should have made a much more complicated example to show people why they're useful. I have regrets. So many of them. Ah. Yeah. I tried to, like, how to make a particular type of game tutorial and just, you know, walk people through making a game. Not like a big game, but like, you know, a game that's just a small one to show people. And now with the water lowered, you can actually get down here. I'm gonna try to cheat. Yeah, you can just do that and jump on there. Flying turtle thing. I put it there because I thought it was cool and forgot about it. So it's just a flying turtle. You could jump your way through using the Empress across all that, or you can just jump from above. Nobody's stopping you. Yeah, you try to get in here, and there'd be a boss in here that I haven't put in yet. Hey, Shrom TV. Yep. I'm not even sure I'm going to keep having the shark boss here. I might have some kind of pirate boss instead. Purely on the grounds of I really don't know what kind of attacks it could even have. It basically just projectiles, right? I mean, like, it can try to jump at you, but these are all near the wall, so... Yeah, maybe a key here. But you get it from the boss. Yeah, it's kind of an idea how the game is. For the uninitiated. Flying turtle, yep. Basically, I should be not messing with the other chapters and instead just messing with, well, the second chapter, so it's golden. I don't know, sometimes I just get a really good idea, some concept thing, and I just kind of run with it. And it's good to do that, because if I don't, then when I get there, I'm going to be like, what am I supposed to do? Now I'll get there, it's like, oh yeah, I had time to think about this, and it's kind of cool, but, you know, I should probably do this, and this. Now let's talk about this room. This room suffers from a real problem. And that's that the boss can simply fall off. And the boss can fall off. It kind of sucks. And I don't want that. So I gotta lock the boss in location here. Now I could put like a giant, you know, barrier around this. It won't look very good though if it's just like super close. But I need a solution, and the solution might be to simply make this larger. Ditch this whole thing here. I thought it was cool to have a ship in a bottle. I really did. But a boss fight in a tiny little area like this isn't going to be all that great. Like, you can't do very much in a tiny little area. So it's possible it's better that the ship just has cannons on it and is shooting at you and you have to destroy cannons or something that appear. Thus making the ship a threat the whole time. That's a real big problem. And then the other question I have with this thing here was, now that water is no longer a threat, I don't need this area down here. I don't have a good use for it. It just looks cool, but beyond that, essentially I can have water leading up to this, but I have to lock the boss within this area over here. So I probably need to expand upon this to cover this whole area back here. And then let you go underneath if you want into this cavern system for fun. I'm assuming that's what has to happen. Because the only reason it looks cool for the water is like right as you're running up to it. After that, it kind of doesn't matter. I do kind of like the little hand bridges. It's possible I want this lower, maybe. Then I'm not sure the boss could get over this, though. What's the nav mesh look like? It's a little wonky for her. Option, I can also just make this thing really big, too. I like these little bridge thingies, but I'm not gonna lie. They aren't easy to walk over for the enemies. Not that easy for you to walk over. I need to resolve this idea for purposes of deciding how big the battlefield is, or just locking you into this small area. I did have these hanging skeletons. It's possible I go out to here and then just lock you into this area, put something around the back of these. Oh yeah, the green here represents that. You just hit P in order to show any nav meshes on there. And anywhere where you see it's broken, she can't move. The enemies, you know, obviously the player can move over whatever, but it's just for the AI to understand what's going on. And, you know, if I were to move, say, like a lantern here, you see where it moves the little location that you can't walk on? So that's pretty much the secret here. But yeah, I built this with that plan to look cool, but not to be as gamified as I wanted. And now I'm just in arguing myself and if I should do something different. The boss could just never jump. I can also put a ship in a bottle over on, like on top of this thing here and just... I kind of want it in the water though. Not letting the boss jump does kind of suck because then that makes the boss kind of slow, but... I mean, I suppose the other option is just to simply lock her in this area and then really do a ship in a bottle fight. I just think it'd be a lot cooler if there was a giant arena that you fought in. And maybe the ship could attack you. I try never to use invisible walls because those are just bad game design. Players should always be able to go any place it looks like they should be able to go. That's everything I want about this game, is let you explore wherever you want to go. If, you know, there's no solid object in the way, of course. Obviously, if there's a wall in the way, then that's just normal. This is so big, though. I wanted to do something you could fight on. Arm bridge, arm bridge, arm bridge, Sally ship. There we go. Well, I'm not going to need all this crap anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and just delete all that. There's a weird number of actors on here that are like so many. There's like 49 little stupid balls on this. Why? Like if I'm going to have fighting on here, there needs to be empty space to do it, essentially. It's possible I just wanted to put it in a level instance actor. That's true. I could do that. I was thinking of just stealing their ship because it's already laid out, and then using that instead. But I don't know if I want to do that because it's... The problem with the ship is it's, well... like a million actors. It also has lights on it. I can't use lights at all. It's pretty cool looking though. What if I put in like a level instance, I can actually just shrink it and enlarge it whenever I see fit. Was the day one the one I changed or got all the stuff off of? This has cable actors and the like too. Hmm. Put some music on or something. I'm just sitting in silence. Current camera location? Okay, the collision on those stairs is the worst thing in the world. I'm just hitting something. But I'll think about it. I don't know what I'm doing on that yet. This is actually what's kept me from messing with the Sally fight. Me just trying to decide how I'm going to do the layout so she doesn't fall in the water a lot. Or she could just teleport back up, I guess, which would be like... I guess that's fair. I could just have her teleport. Then it doesn't matter if she jumps off. That could just be an evasion thing. Alright, fine. I'm gonna do that. I like the look of this place and don't really want to make a bunch of changes that kind of suck. The only thing I'm thinking of is getting rid of this bottle. Right? Because if I get rid of the bottle, then it's got like a little boat that you can be attacked from. I think I'm gonna do that. I can actually put it in the water too. Ditch this crap underneath it. Because before it was kind of supporting the bottle. But if it's not supporting the bottle anymore. There aren't none of these in the ship anymore. Holy crap. Yeah, there's like all these spoons on the ground. Like, really? Does there really need to be a bunch of spoons on the ground? Would you even see a bunch of spoons on the ground? I appreciate the detail, but for purposes of gameplay, it's not very handy. Oops, don't delete the boat. Holy crap, how much garbage is on this ground? I don't want enemies or Poppet to trip over this stuff. I should have definitely put this in a level instance. Of course, I didn't know about level instance at the time when I moved this, so you know. Right down here, there's a couple pirate coins. Like, really? Can't imagine that's gonna be very useful. You won't even see it. I will leave this flag here. Not that one, but the other one. Pirate cork. Is cork somewhere? I see. I'm okay with stuff that's kind of on the mass here. It's just stuff that you might step on that I have a problem with. I also regret this can't open the door. Be a great place for Hangman. Unless the Hangman gets a wimpier ability, it cannot have that this early in the game. That is obviously ludicrous. And not okay ability to have that early. Oops. I literally just lifted this ship out of a different level. I just didn't want to find all the pieces and try to arrange them. Which is why it has so much crap on it. I don't think it needs to look like 200 extra actors in this room. That are basically like little dumb crap that will just hinder Poppet running around. Well, actually, it's not even hindering Poppet that's the problem. Hindering the enemies is the problem. Poppet doesn't really care. I mean, as a player character, you can just jump over crap, so you'll be fine, but... The AI is not so lucky. It takes a lot of work to make the AI maneuver around crap. Much better. Oh, each of these is a whole separate thing on there, huh? Jesus. I want those. Oh. Like those. You'd be surprised how important it is to sit there and go back through and organize what's in rooms. It'll come up. It really will. And then you'll be really sad when you didn't do this. I have the bones for it. Pirate letter, don't need that. Firefly can stay. This rope gallow is attached to literal nothing. This little tiny skeleton here? Yeah, probably not. That's the other thing. You'll start to discover little dumb things that are just orphaned. I have that happen all the time. I've discovered particles inside walls and things too, and things get moved around, stuff happens. And so you go back through, and I've removed like a couple hundred actors from the thing already. That's pretty good optimization when you remove a couple hundred actors from a map, by the way. Hear me out. It's pretty good optimization. These are all gonna have to be added to thingies later. Am I satisfied with the first portion of this room? A little. Except for here, I don't know what to do with this. Potentially there should be 2 rooms. Well, no, because I don't really want to put a door here. The boss, I like the way the skull looks, right? I do. I do indeed. I just don't have a game function for this area yet. It really feels like there's a lot of extra areas I need to find something for. That's what I worry about for purposes of building this game up. That's the real challenge. It's always the little dumb rooms in between that are incredibly hard. Like all the objective rooms, I know what I was aiming for, but rooms in between, like this here, I have no idea what this is even gonna be. Like I don't know. Yeah. Of course, this room was just a weird side thoroughfare and it turned into this weird restaurant that just didn't exist before. So they always turn to be really interesting. It's just that they are the hardest to think of anything for us since there's just no theme initially for them. It's just like, well, I kind of want to do some weird thing, and then it just kind of goes from there. Why can't I select on Sally's ship? It's like everything but the lanterns and whatever those are. One second. I can't even tell what they are because it's so hard to see. I don't actually know what it was I couldn't select. Interesting. Oh.
The King's boat already got moved anyway, and those are just the treasures and things like that. Okay. I don't know if I care about all that crap, to be honest. I might get rid of it. Might do that, actually. Like, I'll add back stuff later, but... Do I need 38 pirate chests? Probably not. Right? Like, I think 38's kind of a lot. I probably need that flag, honestly. And those I'll move separate. If to float in the water, she would need to... not inflict on the water. Ooh. Take a bio break in a second here. After I move the water a little bit. Problem this is then that area gets flooded. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll be right back.
let's get to work on this one. So, local arcades, not really, not that I've heard of. Might be 100,000 people in this city, but oof. I wonder if everything can even count as an arcade here. If that skate place still exists, there's probably an arcade there. Like Cal Skate or something like that. It's on the other side of town. Or on the other side of the city, I guess, not really a town. Alright, so I was thinking about some of the things I need for this fight. And I probably want little groupies for it, but I also need like little pistols for it too. Cough, hack, wheeze. Oof. I should stop being unhealthy and just start being healthy. It'd help a lot. What am I using for the gun for the other one? Skeletal mesh. Oh, because of the skeletal mesh, that's why I didn't find it. Well, that's interesting. If that's the case. I just had the one, huh? Or whatever this is. What in the world are you from? Oh, epic content for the train yard. Okay, sure. Am I even going to use this crap train yard? I think I kept the blueprint out of it. I don't know. It's not very good for what I'm doing. I'm probably going to buy one. Oh, you left after asking the question? Jeez, didn't even wait. I don't have any local arcades. Probably the closest thing I have would be if there's a skate place that if they, like a roller skate place, and if they still exist, they probably have an arcade there. I say probably because I haven't been there in like 15 years. So, I don't even know. No, that's wrong. Actually, I was briefly there for 5 years ago. That's right, because I was waiting for my car to be worked on nearby, so I walked around the area. They did have an arcade then. I don't know if the place is still there, but... You say there's any local dads and locally people that meet for a game? You can support your game and touch grass? I don't know why I would do this. I guess I don't have a lot of time in the day to go do something like that. I mean, I guess if I knew people locally, that'd be one thing, but... I mean, I have a regular job and then this, so that's like my 80-hour week. I'm not sure if I have time to go do the other as well. I did kind of drop back on how much I stream. That's true. So I can do YouTube videos. Does that count? But guess I'll use the Justice pistol unless I can find another pistol. Do I have other guns? I need some other guns, so. Pretty soon I took this out of the pirate thingy, right? Oh, steampunk android. I didn't take out the pirate or anything. Well, if I have a pirate thingy, you have pirate directory. Probably just called pirate. I'm looking for a specific type of asset. I don't know. I live in a... Oh, promote, sorry, yeah. I live in a college city, so most of the kids are kind of young, too. So while I have looked into computer things previously in the area, see what they had, they were all promoted by the college, and unless you go there, you can't go to those. So I was like, oh. Well, I don't go to the college. So, yeah. Which kind of led to, well... I mean... I could probably look harder, to be fair. I mean, like... I give me all these excuses, and the simple reality is I could look harder. I really could. Had a lot of health problems for the last 5 years, so I've kind of dropped off the face of the earth for going outside. That's true, too. This might have a gun. It does, it has a pistol. A pistola. Hell yeah, brother, there's a bunch of them. Oh, there's no such thing as a cheap, easy class. It's multiple thousands of dollars just as the base tuition to go to the university there before you even take a class. Is this just... Wait, are these like the same gun? But there's no need to promote locally because you can never promote to enough people locally to make any difference for this kind of thing. Even the community college probably cost me like $1,000. I gotta drive out to it. And then I have to waste a whole bunch of time on a class. Which I just said I have an 80-hour work week. Like, where am I gonna find time for this? Like... That's... Yeah, like, where's the time? I want this weapon, I guess. Like I say, there's no point in locally promoting your game. That's just like an irrelevant number. Doing it online gets me like so many more people every time anyone looks at it. That's just... The numbers just are incomparable because every time I stream, I show off to something like 300 to 400 people. And all I did was turn my computer on. That's so much more efficient than going outside. I doubt I'll meet 300 to 400 people this year in real life. It's a lot of people. So I need a gun weapon here. Do I want Sally to have a gun? Oh, this says in belt. I wonder if the other one's not an in belt. Oh, pistol and belt. Okay. Not that it matters, but... Oh. Why the same one? This isn't even referenced.
Why is it showing a sword? It's not a sword anymore. It's literally the gun now.
Hey Thomas, how's it going? It is 12:29 a.m. for me. Kind of normal for me.
I'm debating on if Sally wants a gun or not. But I kind of feel like crap today, so I'm just like, off days, you know?
It's really.
Wait, do these have a projectile spawn?
They should, right? Oh yeah. I was just commenting on that, how I should make a better video with it where it goes farther on with the tags and what they can do. Also, there's a bug here. One second. Because I could have made a much better system, and I was actually working on a tutorial for that. But then I messed up right in the middle of it and didn't get around to finishing it. So I'll probably do it tomorrow or something. Whereas a system controlling multiple shapes at different times and giving them different actions. So, it seemed like a pretty good system.
But this is a spawn arrow. Sometimes it does not want to move up. Very finicky.
You're a bit confused, but I like that it's completely new. Wait, making stuff happen now. It's for me.
What was confusing? So I can do it better next time. I pretty much use those things like crazy. More and more places are getting used over and over.
Maybe Sally will just cast spells instead of having, like, you know, a gun. Her little groupies will have a gun. Yeah, the part I really left out, and I regret this because I really should have ran with the example so much more than I did. It's like what I do over here with my control puppets thingy, where I get all the puppet gameplay tags. And I get all this command puppet graph here. Oh man, it hates me. Oof. Anyway. And then, oops. Clicked on the audio, I don't hear the audio louder. And you can actually take the little tag thingy like that. So I get gameplay tags like that for the puppet ones, right? You can actually split this, like split structure pin on this, or you can try to, apparently. Okay, can we do that successfully? Thank you. And then you can remove for each loop, and then you can switch on gameplay tag. And that means that for, depending upon which one it is, you can do various things. And here I'm checking to see what the puppet has, like, you know, whichever the things like that, and they're all being picked up by this central event here that goes, okay, well, you're a boss. Sure. Neat. Okay, well, now that we know you're a boss, which boss are you? These are all gameplay tags, and switch on gameplay tag means you can actually just add one. This is why I didn't really bother to explain. You just add the gameplay tag for whatever you want, and then it becomes another one you can switch on. And because I'm pulling all the tags and things like that, I can actually direct it like that based on those. Then it goes to whichever graph is there, and it figures out a command to send to them. I send strings back in this case. And then it gets sent back via an interface to go, okay, this is what I do now. And like it goes like, you know, where is she? Like that one was like Charlotte Flying or something like that. So we'll come back to her and it's like, okay, well, I got sent this command by the thingy. It was picked by using gameplay tags and then it deciding from there. And then it does what it's going to do based on that. Based on the stream that it gets back. So basically, like, largely what I left out was largely the whole switch on gameplay tag option. And using the gameplay tags on the various things to essentially tag them for what you want. If that helps. Yeah. And it's a lot easier to essentially get all the booleans, because that's really what gameplay tags are. They're essentially booleans. But instead of having, you know, an interface to yank a bunch of booleans, you have one interface that just pulls the gameplay tags. And from there you can figure it out what you want to do with it. Also, you can debug these like that, get debug string from gameplay tags in case you want to find out what each gameplay tag is being said. If you want to do that and then print string, you'd be able to do that to find out about stuff. And that's really what I left out. I'll make a better tutorial showing that, because I was going to, you know, make 3 different types of units and then command them to all move around. In fact, well, do I have the project for that? I think I still do. This the one? I should record it in pieces so I don't have to be perfect the whole way. This one out what I thought. Let's see, get this third-person character. So yeah, what I left off of the example, this time I set it up where now you have the ability to control like 3 different ones there, adding cubes, cylinders, or spheres to your things. But also I have a print string on it. And then down here I gave it 3 different types of movement. You know, it adds movement jump, movement move randomly, and go to player. That's the movement thingies. And then I made some shapes instead, a shape parent. And this one instead goes, okay, get the player gameplay, so and then I gave this one a shape tag, like just a default, you know, one tag that, like this, and this like we made instance editable. And then from there it's like, well, do I have this one? Okay, is it in there? Then for each loop, which movement are we talking? And so now you can be like, okay, well, the cylinders are on. I forgot which keys move things. So maybe it was R to move things. Let me look at the code real fast. I forgot which keys I selected. I picked J, M, and H for some reason. Yeah, okay, sure. J, M, and H. Fair enough. Cancel, because I don't know where the thingy is right now. I have too many things open. The cylinder's on. Look, now it jumps. H moves to me. M just randomly moves. I'll turn on the spheres now too. And now both of these two will move randomly. Or they'll both travel to me. They can both jump. I'll turn on the cubes too. Now the cubes also move to things. Well, they can all jump. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Let's jump. JMH just comes all to me. They're like, woohoo, we're all coming to you, boss. Doot, 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 doot. Move randomly. I don't want to move the cylinders anymore. So the cylinders are not going to move anymore. Actually, those two are stuck on each other, kind of, but actually, so the cylinder's like, I'm sitting here, boss. Okay. Tell those two, just those two to come to me. No more moving the spheres, now just the box moves. It wants to go that way for some reason. It's like, can't go that way, boys. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I basically left off too early and didn't really show you that. So I was going to make the video again and do it better. Explaining how to do that. I'm not very good at making tutorials yet. I'm always worried that I'm going to be too complicated for people, but I probably should be not doing that. Yeah, I'm going to make a better version of it. Probably get rid of the old one. That should explain better. I'll get better tutorials at some point. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I should probably go out of my way to plan better. But yeah, I'll do that. It explains a much better use case for it, which I just did not do. I almost had the video completed, but then I botched the last little bit, and I was like, oh, I gotta do it over. It was like 15 minutes, I didn't have time to finish to do it again before someone was gonna show up for work, so I was like, well. Oh, thanks. Yeah, well, I will get better. And as you can see, I make use of them like extensively all over the place. Like this one's here checking multiple times. It's like, okay, get the gameplay tags here. It's like there's a remove puppet check, and it's like, okay, do you have any of these tags? Don't remove it if it has one of those tags. Just have like the dead tag. Okay, go ahead and remove it if it has the dead tag. So you'll find I do a lot of these. Okay, and then it's like, does it have the can act tag, which is given to it whenever it's, you know, free to act again. If not, oh, if it does have it, then remove it. So, and then initiate a command here. Checks, I don't know why it's checking dead twice. Oh, it's checking if Poppet's dead. Yeah, make certain Poppet's not dead. Even the enemy target here at system here checks if they have the faction team Poppet or not. Essentially, anyone who's been charmed or Poppet herself has Team Poppet as their faction. Or as their faction. But Charlotte Flying is in there, so then she has a different targeting system. But she's a flying thing like that. So that's something to think about. And then as they got farther in, that's when they did the different ones based on the unit types, like that. And so you'll find that I replace a lot of things with them. If you can get a reference to the thing, that being able to get their gameplay tags is very efficient. So hopefully that's more exciting than previously. Yeah, should have done better. Infinite regret. Infinite indeed.
I might make mini Sallies. So yeah. Ever since they put in the, I had a temporary crown for quite a, or for actually a couple weeks, and ever since they put in the new crown, my like yesterday, my entire side of my right head has just been like throbbing. So if I seem a little disoriented, that's kind of why. It's just like, oh, not a big fan. 0 out of 10, not a fan. I'm gonna turn the fan on real fast. Room really heats up without that fan on. Jesus. It's like, ah. I forgot how this thing even does projectiles. I think it has to be like a spell weapon or something like that. I actually should retool these so that they don't use booleans, and I don't have to sit there and try to figure out if it's this or that. It'd be so much easier. I probably will at some point, maybe even now, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work. I expect Sally herself to take 2 to 3 weeks to make. Bosses take an excessive amount of time because they need a bunch of unique crap. So, I mean, like, she's gonna take a while. Every boss takes a long time. It's been a heat wave where I live. It's been crazy. It's fair. Let's see. It gets really hot during the summer here. Let's see. What is the current temp right now? Is it really that right now? Holy crap. All right. So since you're not in the US, I'll calculate it for you. It's currently 90 Fahrenheit outside, which means it's 32.2 Celsius outside. It is 12:47 a.m. That's how hot it is. I'm just saying. Yes, 12:47 a.m. 32.2 Celsius out there. Yeah, but see, that's 28 Celsius probably during a normal time of day. I just said 12:47 a.m. That's right, a.m. We're not even talking the day. It's the middle of the night. That's why I think it's gross out there. It has been known to get to, what, like 46 Celsius out there around here? It's like 115 Fahrenheit. So. I hate the summer. It's too hot. I don't function in that kind of heat. I just don't. I just go back inside and like, no, I'm not leaving. To be fair, I've been so unhealthy for a while now that I don't function terribly well in any kind of anything, but yeah, about that. Do I even have a weapon that fires a spell thing, or is that only... Did I ever include that? Not many things wield weapons in my game. don't think I've programmed in the functionality for the weapon to fire a projectile. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. I consider having little mini Sallies. I thought about having her fire a gun, but I might have her just be some kind of a caster. And have other things to shoot you instead. Well, let's do the easy thing first while I'm thinking about it. Just duplicate this. That's the way it can. It's yeah, these two ends. I doubt I'll be that efficient today. But yeah, it's a million degrees out there. It sucks. 0 out of 10, don't recommend. Oh, there's another cannon. Oh, a little metal cannon too. Problem is these can't rotate. They're not actually anything cool. They're just like little bits of a cannon, but they're not like the full cannon or the full barrel or anything of the sort. Which kind of sucks. I was kind of hoping for more than that. Oh, it's a pirate pistol. Hmm. I'll probably just put it on top of a giant gear and then have it rotate around. I don't think I'm doing anything special with it. Right, where is it at? This one here? Grab that. I want a little thing that rotates it, I guess. Oops. With little glowing eyeballs. Well, that's cool for it. Do I have a spyglass? I do. Perfect. I almost just build my own cannon so I can actually move it. Can't really build my. Can't really move it otherwise. Kind of hard. Oh, what is even going on with this thing? I gotta move it out here so I can see what I'm even doing. That's already right. Perfect. I think that the hands are kind of moving it or something. I don't know if that's true, but like it's like some sort of like, you know, bazooka or something. Hell yeah. It's kind of like a bazooka. Right amount of why would you make this? Kind of how I view everything in this game. Why did you make this? Oh. Why not make it? I have no other explanation than why not. Hopefully that's a good enough explanation for everyone. You can fire Patrick style projectiles that bounce around instead. Those are obnoxiously hard to dodge. I need a tag for you.
Why am I trying to make a weapon that fires a thing? I don't care about that at all. I just put the weapon in her hand and then run the animation to fire it and then fire a projectile. I don't even need to touch that. What am I even doing? I'm making this so much more complicated than it need to be on this. I have to remind myself that half this crap even exists, right? Because I've done so many different things that a lot of them often work together for everyone, so it's hard to figure out what I was doing and what I wasn't. I actually lost a sub on YouTube today. Nice. Guess they aren't very excited by what I'm making at the moment. That's fair. It's hard to just constantly go, you know, full on and just keep working on things. Like, you know, at some point I end up having to think things through because I just don't know what I'm going to make. And so I will often puzzle over things for a while. That's just, well, kind of how it works with this. You just kind of gotta play around with things, unless you just have like pre-made notes on everything you want to do. I do not have pre-made. I have lots of notes, but some stuff I just really have no idea. I tied up with such cool things over time, though. I mean, I never would have thought of half this, and I just kind of go, okay. Like, if I just had to do it, like, immediately, but since I had plenty of time to kind of work with it, a little easier to go, oh, yeah, and think about some idea. I wanted this to kind of hold the thing up because it doesn't have hands. Pirate steampunk. That's something you don't hear very often, right? Pretty certain that's a rare one. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that it's a rare one, but it seems rare to me. And then I'm just going to go over to this thing here, the Puppet Master. Lots of projectiles in this area. I'll have to make them seem different. And now that I've added that tag, I can go over here and go, okay, cool, and oh, it's actually a cannon. Cannon contraption. Now that has a thing. I'm just going to clone the other contraptions thing for now, because it's got the code I want, but not quite what I want. Skull contraption was the other one.
I may need to divide this up so it'll be easier to find things. Connect this up here. And since it's duplicated from that, it should just work. It won't have terribly unique behavior, but that's fine. It doesn't have to yet. Grab an enemy spawner. I really do need a lot more enemies in this game. I don't have enough. In any of the areas, I don't have enough at all. It's only a red queen. Okay. I need to make this into a contraption too, for that matter. For the enemy spawner. That's the anim class, something with that. The thing about cannons is as long as they have a different type of projectile, it pretty much is all that matters. Are you just doing a despawn on me? Is that the plan? Have the tag permanent, please. I guess those aren't instance editable. Fair enough. I only really use these for purposes of this, so... Gameplay tag. It is permanent. Didn't I solve this problem? You would think a permanent would stay. Well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't really need a random spawner particularly. I can just as easily have the Puppet Master do it. It just as being lazy. It's called Pirate Graveyard. Oh, it's the Pirate Graveyard. Important distinction, the Pirate Graveyard. Alright, so here, encounter number, we'll go like 5 or something for funsies. Spawn chance, we'll go like 30. And the enemy we spawn is the cannon.
And she's fine. Interesting. Not up there. Something's wrong with this spawner here. I should just be able to add to it and it should be fun. There's no world that wouldn't have spawned by now. Is it ignoring the first one in the array or something? Maybe. Curious. Did you get H loaded by accident? No. What are you doing? Can I change up my earbuds real fast? One sec. So, I don't know, I'm so tired today. I mean, I got pretty much about the sleep I usually get, but trying to get that, you know, slightly tired funk off there. I mean, 'cause I wasn't feeling too good from the other thing, but still. Why are you not running this? Well, I guess there's no puppets to control. It's fair. Also, this isn't even connected. Good job. Well, it doesn't matter if there's no puppets to control. That's perfectly fine. You would just say 0 a lot if that's the case. Of which I am completely fine. I got distracted by the battery low thing in my ear over and over. Battery low, battery low, battery low. I'm like, 4, huh? The lanterns. Why is there not spawning another one? It's only preventing the encounter array from spawning. The map has the right name, because if it didn't, this last one's wrong. But if it didn't have the name, then nothing would spawn any room. Hmm. Man. My hard time shaking that off. Sure, the alcohol is helping a lot too. I drank how much caffeine earlier though. And I mean, I woke up at what, 3 p.m. So I've only been up for like 10 hours and 18 minutes. Not even that long. Sure, I only sleep 6.5 hours, but that's often what I sleep anyway. Hmm. Got an extra one there, whatever. Not bypassing encounter 2 for some reason. Why? Oh, 'cause there's nothing else listed.
Set the encounter table struct here. There is a spawn chance here, right? I mean, it should be. Get the feeling it's not the right name. It is. Maybe it hates this nav mesh. Wait, the nav mesh is in here, right? I'm not dumb. There was totally one here. Let's just assume it hates this nav mesh. I've seen that happen before. It decides the nav mesh is just not usable. You get used to it after a while. Weird dumb crap that UE does. We finally spawned something. I don't recall making any changes that would cause a spawn other than getting the nav mesh, so it really just was the nav mesh had become corrupted somehow. All that hard work just for that. And now you know. I thought of it first, but I forgot that that was a problem for a second there, and then I was like, oh yeah, that is a problem. Hmm. Get up, move around for a bit just to kind of wake myself up again. I didn't put the other contraption I wanted to spawn. Look at that. See how this works now. I'll move around a little bit, get myself a little more active. I'll figure them out in a sec. So I'm gonna move around a bit and get myself a little more woke up and see if I can be a little more excitable. Oh, right back. Ugh, yeah, I'm a little more awake at the moment. I don't even know. It's definitely one of those days where I'm just like, "Ugh." Anyway, they were not moving. Why? I did add the tag, right? No. Add the tag type. Right now it should be controllable. Actually. Oops, clicked off thing. These aren't satisfying at all. That's because these don't launch. Why don't they launch? Well, first off, they're not part of the character scene. That's why. Huh. Probably a good reason. Also, these aren't part of either. These are. It gets all the character scene stuff. So. Just saying, that might help. Kind of a little. I was like, this is just unexciting. Only a little piece of it blows off. Whatever. I'll give him a different kind of projectile. That'll be way more interesting. Little arrows. That's way more exciting. First one doesn't hit very well on these. Misses every time. That's just as a short range. Maybe the other one's gonna just be a flamethrower or something. Let's dump it. They look pretty good for these little cannons though, like when they fire out. But I already have something that fires those, so can't really have them both fire at the same, be kind of boring. And yeah. For the projectiles, what behavior do I have for them? Hmm. I was looking for projectiles. No, I got sidetracked there a bit. Well, he's already fire cannons, so I don't really want to fire cannons again. Oh, hey, Lepus, been making a few adjustments to your inventory today? Nice, nice. It's better than me. I'm being really slow today. That's why I'm doing that, just being slow. No other explanation, just slow. I just like the little cannonball. It's like the best thing. I could have made a cannonball though. I don't even know why I'm using theirs. Hey, Pack Laura, how's it going? Throw cupcakes at people. Be funny. Seems a little weird. I have this thing where I'm making all these things into pirates, and they're just cheaply dressed up as pirates. So hear me out. What if the cupcake was also cheaply dressed as a pirate? I'm just saying, what if, in a stupid world, it too was dressed with a hat and a beard? Don't question it. Just understand. Trust me. Trust. Why is this a thing? I don't know. Should it be a thing? No, probably not. Is it a thing? Most certainly is. Just watching coding streams alongside coding myself for renovating again. My heart realizes I had too much coffee. Fair. The caffeine is strong. One should not question the caffeine. One should simply understand the caffeine is strong. The caffeine is love. The caffeine is life. Yes. I have so many questions about my life right now. I just thought I'd tell you that. None of them are probably good questions. You want with the coffee? Coffee is with you? That's right. Coffee understands. Yes, it understands. Ah, NPC abilities. I'm slowly turning these things way better, and I forgot all about what I was doing because I went towards something else, and now I'm like, hey, wait, I have an NPC abilities thingy. I can spell, I swear. These should be sufficiently silly. I gotta have silly things amongst horrible things in this game. I figure by this point Papa would be having an existential crisis about what's going on. Let's see, let's get all child actors. Oh, it's just get children, isn't it? Get children components. It was one of these things. I in fact just need them. 4 each. Remind myself of the nodes I did on the BPM PC for an alternate death on it. Hmm. Okay, so it's just to get into this. Never redo it if you don't have to. The loot body. You fuzzy search for your brain? That's fair. I'm always so tired that, you know, I'm just like, and that's... I could use a fuzzy search for that, too. Let me, create that as a thingy. Surely not the thingy. What do I use as those speeds? I use 0 and 0? I guess I had them multiplied on the others? Huh. Just in case I forget, I think I'll put a default on there. Don't know what the normal speed is in the others, but... You guys switch when that fart animation pops up in your view and the skin starts to tinkle off too much espresso? That just means you need more, right? When in doubt, you just needed more. Well, I wanted to launch those, I want to see it blow up. Those skeletal meshes, they are. Oh. Or not just copy pasting. I'm being lazy, I guess, in a not efficient sort of way. Exactly on something. You got it? Yep, yep. One more. One more. Why is there a do once into a do once? I have questions on this. It's already do once in here, it never loops. I don't understand. Why must one do once into do once? Super powerful. I don't even remember how to make one of these. It's been that long. But I can tell you this. I don't need to. There you go. Because I already have, well, this. I just changed the numbers. Half these things aren't even there anymore. I don't know why I'd want falling leaves and things. I don't think I even need this one, do I? I forgot to leave these is awful. A lot of these particles are so fantasy RPG crap. They don't really have the feel of my world. I'm so tired of medieval crap. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I just am. Even had the option of a medieval city in my game as like a toy city, but then I just realized I really am just tired of medieval stuff. It's just I just see it all the time. I'm gonna lean as hard into steampunk as possible. There's not that many steampunk things out there. It's pretty rare. I could have also had a Western town because Victorian, you know, the Victorian era also happened during the Western era, but I don't even like the whole Western stuff. What the hell's in memory? Demonstration, build it, whatever. A world that I'm not using? Sure. I guess to be fair, I could still use Western stuff. It is technically, you can do steampunk in Western eras if you want. But we'll see on that one. It's only like 3 more days till the free fab stuff. Just thought I'd point this out. It's very exciting. I count the days till these things. This was really cool. I'm probably not using it, but it was really cool.
I still want to look at this. Maybe I'll borrow their inventory system or something. I'm actually more interested in their map system. I don't know what I would do with that. I have no need of some like 60-year-old mechanic woman with a terrible haircut. Even though, to be fair, she'd probably most easily fit in my world. Except for my world has stylized characters and she's not stylized, so she wouldn't have fit at all. There was a movie with the actor that played the agent in The Matrix, Moving Cities, something I think it was called that. Oh, that was Halfway Joe take on kind of steampunk mix of dynamics. Yeah, I remember that. Oh gosh, what was it called? How the cities that would roll around and attack each other. Mortal Engines, that's what it was. I really like steampunk stuff, so I automatically like it better than it should be. I would call it an average film with an interesting premise. They mostly just try to describe capitalism bad, communism good, but listen, it was kind of fun to watch the little cities eat other cities. Also, it had a couple waifus in it, so, you know, there was that too. But overall, I enjoyed it enough. I was drinking at the time. Of course, I drink a lot lately. So, maybe it wasn't an amazing movie, but it seemed okay to me at the time. There aren't many steampunk movies. It's a very rare genre. Probably because it's not a very popular genre. I mean, it's okay. It's really fringe. I was surprised they made a movie for it because of how fringe it is. But I guess to be fair, steampunk also has different eras too. Sometimes it's post-apocalyptic steampunk. Sometimes it's the Victorian era steampunk. Sometimes it's like turn of the like World's Fair, turn of the millennia steampunk, like BioShock Infinite. Oh, it's usually post-apocalyptic or Victorian. But even then, those are rare. I actually just watched all of Penny Dreadful, which is like during the Victorian era and all that, and has some steampunky stuff. Mostly all the Frankenstein things. That was... okay, it just wasn't very good. I'm just gonna go... It was really dull in a lot of points, but some of it was kind of neat. Sort of. It started out better than it ended, let's put it that way. Yeah. God, there's so few steampunk. I can't even name them. I mean, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is another steampunk one. That one's at least fun. Even if it's not long, because it's just a movie. Someone should make a better Dorian Gray, though. He's got such a cool power and everything like that. It's neat and everything, except for that he's always lame in everything they put him in. I was like, you could make Dorian Gray way cooler than this. I don't understand why you don't. Yeah, Time Machine was based on a book. Often have a steampunk style. Seems to Jack Makers, Jekyll and Hyde. Yep. Holmes. Awesome. Yep. Minority Gentleman. Yeah. I forgot about the Holmes movies. Oh, I didn't watch those. I probably should, because like I say, I watch just about everything steampunk. Like I say, it's really easy to get excited by something that's just different. I don't see it very often. Don't get me wrong, I like fantasy stuff too, like, you know, medieval things sometimes, but it's just so overdone that I'm less excited. Like, I'll still watch probably, but I'm less excited. Why is there no cake? There's a blood explosion? I mean, I gotta look at this, obviously. I mean, I need to see the blood explosion. Show me the blood. That's a pretty good blood explosion. Of course, I have other blood explosions, but I have much more grotesque blood explosions, but still,
Blood explosion. Yeah, Warehouse 13. Warehouse 13 is a lot of fun. I'll do the Chaos Explosion here because I don't know what else I want to use, or maybe I won't. Sure, whatever. I think the thing that was most exciting about Warehouse 13 was, of course, the Dark Vault. Because let's be real here. Which cursed objects did you most want to know about? The ho-hum crap that barely did anything, or the stuff they considered so dangerous they kept it all like secluded away in a like special vault? I'm just saying. You of course want to know what every ridiculous artifact in there does, right? Like, I mean, you just have to know. That's like when I played Control and I go running past the room and there's a refrigerator in the room, and the refrigerator is like guarded by all these things and cameras watching it 24/7. You're like going, why is the refrigerator in there? What did the refrigerator do? And now I'm super excited about a refrigerator. Yeah, just saying. You'll never be so terrified of a flamingo statue in your life. You're like, why is the flamingo there? Jesus, what is it doing? It warps reality. It made me happy knowing that it warped reality, by the way. I closed the other thing, didn't I? Damn. Yeah, the SCP stuff's fun. If you've ever watched the third Annabelle movie, it's I don't know if you know anything about the Warren Museum and all that and all the cursed object they've collected and like that, but in the third Annabelle movie they have the Warren Museum inside the Warrens' house, right? And they get into there and you get to see what a whole bunch of little things are supposed to do. And trying to figure out what all those little objects are supposed to do is like the most fun of that movie. There's nothing even remotely scary about that movie. It's like one of the crappiest horrors I've ever seen, in that it's so ridiculous and stupid, but it's fun to try to figure out what the things do. So it's worth watching purely because of that. Like, it probably the weakest horror wise in the entire franchise of, like, I think there's like 8 movies in their universe, or maybe there's like 9. Something, because they share the same universe as the Conjuring movies and the Nun movies. So I'm just like, I gotta know what these do. I'm super excited by just these things. So tell me what they do. I need to know. I love SCP stuff. And creepypastas and anything along these lines just makes me happy. I want this. I can't add this on? I can. Niagara spawn particle? Sure, why not? I can just power out the same thing twice. I don't know. Actually, there's a charged version of this. What's the difference? Okay. Yep. Maybe that's better. Maybe I'll watch all of Warehouse 13. I could do something to watch that's not crap. So much stuff now is just basically like political messaging for things, and I'm not there to listen to their political trash. If I want their political opinion, I'll give it to them. I'm their customer. They have to please me. So rather than listen to that crap, I'd much rather watch a good show from the past. Okay, I didn't know it did that. That's crazy looking. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Problem is it spawns more than one. He just keeps going. Oh, he's just spawning a crap ton of them. Is he spawning a crap ton or something? God, those are hard to deal with. The spawn-in's not very good because the spawn-in is like shoot down. And it's just the they need a different spawn. I didn't realize it did a laser from the top. That doesn't work very well. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah. How was I supposed to know that's what it did? Jeez. Hmm. I just want a flame blast. Does it really just repeat itself over and over? Let's see. My discoveries, my watch them regarding horror, pretty old school. Be long weird on the artsy, or oh, sorry, long weirdy artsy or super trashy from the 60s to 80s, just like paper mache original from the beginnings of movie making. Remember sci-fi movies back then? Imagination set evolution. Or well, like Nazi zombie surfing around Bermuda Triangle and T2 stones. Yeah, I mean, listen, sometimes, you know, you gotta have that show to watch when you're drunk. And zombie Nazi surfing, etc., etc. But that's kind of a good drunk one. I'm gonna say it. Probably good. How about the laser thing from the sky? Even though it has almost the same kind of behavior, just different projectiles and different particles can make all these cannons seem so much cooler than they are. Gotta require more alcohol. Shall return immediately in just a moment. Alright. Let's replace that destruction particle with something that's... I'm honestly could probably be the same thing, to be fair. But... these are cascades. Yeah, there are like 3 dozen movies made by some Italian brothers and co-op, some more dramatic, cinesque directors in the 1970s. They ran after midnight on TV in the 1990s in Germany. It's so trash you could not differ anymore. If you have a nervous breakdown, or high or drunk without ever drinking and consuming. Or if your immune system tries to take over your brain to preserve itself from the weird bloody responses. I mean, listen. Ain't nothing wrong with bad movies. My friends and I used to have bad movie night. The goal was to find the worst movie imaginable and see if we could get everyone to turn it off. Or leave the room. When the movie was just so obnoxiously bad, you're like, holy crap, you monster. You're like, yes. Yes, give in to how bad this is. You might swap these in the order they happen. Because, you know, it's no fun to find good movies. Some people didn't get the memo, and the movies they would get would actually be good, and we'd be like, really? Really? You could have done better, buddy. You could have done us proud, but instead you're like, nah, man. I got a good movie. You're like, whatever. You know. Whoa. There's so many of them. What is going on? I'm getting hit by something. One second. What am I even getting hit by? And see, they had everything from medieval Knight Templars, Merlin to zombies, steampunk, Star Trek, aliens, etc. Like everything at once. Homo girls and femboys in bikinis. That were enough to cover mouse. Oh, listen, mouse-sized animals. They understood that the age-old thing. Sex sells. It's really very simple, huh, you know? You put a bunch of attractive women in your thing, it will do better. Yeah. Only these days other people understood that. We live in kind of one of the dumber generations, especially in entertainment. Just saying. Maybe if I ignore pawn on these. Like, just don't hit me. That's all I'm looking for. Hey Zian, how's it going? Funny though, the girls were like most fogged ups ever. Like non-stop smoking, making bad jokes, basically like not only drinking fat dudes or split. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, you know. They people were a lot cooler back then. Yes. People were a lot cooler until like the last 15 years. Actually the last 10 years. People were pretty lame in the last 10 years. Before that, they were pretty cool. Guess I can find a sound. Why is there a million more source ones? Okay. There's a goop noise? I gotta hear goop noises, everyone. Goop noise? I'll pick this goop noise. I see. Perfect. I have no idea what to do with the goop noise, by the way. Right. Yeah, fully good last night as well. Bleached and Blee. Having fun with Phoenix. Pretty much, yeah. People now are so boring. Most of them don't have personalities. They just have whatever the algorithm told them they are that day. And that's not very interesting, you know? That they can't hold a conversation and all they ever want to talk about is whatever their political beliefs are at any given time. If they do have a conversation, you're just like, there's other stuff in the world. No, it's whatever you're in your algorithm this day. Fair enough, fair enough. You gotta follow your algorithm. Whew. Maybe I should do an explosion or something, because everything kind of blows up anyway. Do I even have an explosion here? No. To be fair, a lot of these seem like not bad ones, but you know, whatever. I'm almost afraid to use Ultimate SFX because it's such a piece of crap these days. How many, like, they're such a bad company, but... Maybe I'll use a small explosion. Hey Krishna, how's it going? Well, maybe it might fit. Yeah. There's a lot of, yeah. People were a lot more fun. Now they are less fun. And I am the sad. And for destruction noise, that's like the spawn noise of massive explosion. Jesus. Blows up like a grenade? Perfect. It'll be the cupcake pirate grenade or something. Yeah, the implosions too. I don't think I have sounds for an implosion. I mean, I can make something smaller and play an effect if I want. I don't know why I'd want to implode something though. But I mean, if you saw with that portal, I can easily implode something, right? Like if I go back to here. I can breathe, can you? Yeah? What a strange question. So, I mean, you can easily shrink something and implode it, no problem. I could fire a projectile and just do the same thing on a timeline and reduce its scale. But why would I want to implode them? Like, I don't have any effect that Poppet has that implodes things yet. The mag is back away from this and it goes, shrinks down like that. Maybe we just shrink them and I could play a crunch noise if I wanted. I considered making the tower be some kind of gravity weapon. It fires like little black holes or something. But it wouldn't be like a lethal attack or anything like that. It would just pull things around, and maybe if they died to it or something, I guess, but it doesn't really squish them. It's something to think about. I don't know what to do with it specifically at the moment. Because I've been talking about gravity as an option for the tower for a while. But now you know where I put the ideas for these here? Yeah, see, a tower creates a mini black hole that pulls stuff towards it. So you see, it's been talked about that it being a thing. Stuff implodes when hit by it. I'm not sure what to do with the tower, like... Gameplay wise, how would that really affect things? I think is the question. Like, we'll start at the portal while I talk. Like, what value is there in being able to pull the enemies and other objects towards your projectile? Or is it just you use the ability where you're standing and stuff is pulled towards you or repulsed? I mean, repositioning things is an option, but when are you going to want to do that? Maybe when they go through the crunch to your level or smaller, vice versa. Like a size transformation. Well, the problem is almost everything is already roughly your size anyway. Yeah, only for puzzles. I mean, I could shrink blocks down that are in the way. That's true. Where are you at? Shrink stuff down. That's blocking the way for puzzles? Maybe? Like, I mean, I like the concept of it. It's just, why? That's been my biggest problem. It's like, why? When would I ever want this effect? Like, I remember when I was making my other game, and she used to leave the little path behind her, just like the Hermit does, because I just stole that ability straight from my other game. There was an option to change the color of them so that they acted like gravity wells and pulled things towards those. But you wanted things to hit those, so it made a lot of sense because you needed a reason to pull the enemies towards you. And also it was one to repulse because sometimes you want to protect yourself. So that gave it a purpose. But here, I mean, I could put like a shield around Poppet that pulls like flying enemies and everything over by her so she could hit them. Like, it could be something that if anything touches it, they take damage and it pulls towards it, but it makes every like melee-based enemy pretty trash. Might be pretty good though. Would be honestly be really strong. You just run around and use that and just pull enemies right towards this thing that damages them. But then the question is, does that work on bosses? Probably not. Being able to just move bosses around at will is... That's a dangerous game you play. There's a lot of things you can do, like shoving them off of ledges and things that could just be a real issue. If that were what you had. That must be accounted for. Be unbalanced otherwise, so I'm like Tower of Kenobi and handling stations. I haven't actually seen that. But yeah. I mean, it's something to think about. I do need to make abilities for the tower. The tower and Judgment have nothing so far. And I kind of wanted the tower to have some gravity neat thing for it. I mean, but just firing a little gravity projectile doesn't seem that neat. Originally, they're like, well, you just pull things towards it. And it's like, when you fire it, it's like, okay, but why? What, so your projectile misses a little less? Is that what it does? Things just move towards it, and is that the defense for it? Things get stuck near it and can't really move while it's out there? Which is another option there. It's just, you know, I could have like a gravity well, like a stationary gravity well trap. You see, to keep them away from Poppet. Another option. Yeah, I guess that would only make sense if you do some physical effect. Don't know if it's like ricochet in some specific way and it comes out predictable. So maybe use dudes as projectiles, pop in and spit out in a predictable way. Just interesting to brainstorm. I mean, I could fire any projectile at that point. By that standard, I should let the magician be able to pick up enemies and throw enemies, right? A little telekinesis thingy that just picks stuff up and I could throw them. Which might be an option for that too. Let it pick up and throw enemies as well. I do need another ability for the magician. Whenever I come up with anything like that, I already did. The Death Tower is vampiric so far, so technically this already does what it said. That's not a lover's ability. Actually, I don't need this anymore. Judgment, we're talking about like having a phonograph that shot sound at things. But largely it'd be just another projectile. It's not interesting in any way, shape, or form. The gravity thing is kind of interesting. Also, the sun needs a better ability too. It's less interesting than the devil, which kind of actually is effectively the same thing. Well, not really effectively the same, but it helps against the curse. Things can overlap though in this. That's fine. Like, I mean, if they have somewhat similar effects, but they're a bit different, that can be okay. But I guess why for a lot of things. If I just want to fire a projectile that is like a little black hole or something, that's not that hard. I guess getting enemies to move towards it's a little hard. You'd have to like get all the enemies out there and then... Well, I would actually have the I'd have the Puppet Master control it, because the Puppet Master has already got access to all the enemies. So whenever I want to call all the enemies, that's usually what I would do. In fact, it actually has a thing for enemies that vanish and appear, which I've only used once so far. Okay, I'm gonna close half this crap. There's so many of them. I don't need any of this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about that. Here. Guess I didn't have it open anyway. Where are you at? Characters, Puppet Master? Wrong characters. Puppet Master. This already has a thing for the hide and seek graph, where it's just essentially taking this on and off randomly for the hide and seek thing, and then if hide and seek is active, then it does that. It's just a timer. But this could move all enemies to a location or pull them towards it. I guess the problem is going to be that it almost has to be a status ailment, because otherwise their own movement patterns will keep moving them out of the way. So it would have to be like a thing where if active, they all move towards that. I mean, a projectile going into flat into the event horizon in real physics would bounce off kind of a slingshot. Okay, but I mean, I would just make it where it just pull things by. I suppose that's an option. Oh. Hey bro, it's Davis. Oh. Hello there. All the best for creating your game, and thank you for teaching us about the game developing process. Huge respect for this. Well, thank you. Oh. Glad you're excited about it. We're just discussing various abilities. I was talking, I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time, and we're just talking over on YouTube about the, Kick about, no, I'll get it right eventually, there's only 3, on Twitch, about what to do with the tower tarot, and maybe potentially making a gravity ability for it, but then trying to figure out what value that would even be in gameplay. How often did you want to move things directly to a particular location? I think that's what I would do. I would set it like traps. I think that's the plan. I don't think I'd fire a projectile. It would almost be a location that pulls the enemies towards it, and you have to set it there. I don't know. That's like in danger of almost just being telekinesis at that point, right? Because you could just have a telekinesis. It just, you know, pulls things right to it. You just like hold like button down the target, just pulls the target to you, or a push away option for it. Maybe you just player cannot reach stuff. We need to hit some button or whatever, stuff like that. Well, I've already got like abilities that can get you to places. I mean, I've got lots of weird abilities to get you places. Like if you really want to get somewhere, we even have the little Spider-Man ability, which grabs things with a rope around your neck. Yay! Those curtains are not solid, by the way, apparently. Whee! Spider pop. This one's way more fun too, because you get to swing everywhere like an idiot. That's not solid, by the way. I just thought I'd tell you that. In case you weren't certain, that wall is not solid. The hammer wire at the needle hole is a path to movement. It's weird. Yeah, I don't really think I'm going to do that. I don't know what I would do with that, but I also went through this wall. And I shouldn't... I'm going to go back to this building real fast to fix that. I should not be able to pass through a wall like that. Kind of a problem. When's your Wonders building? Yeah, the swinging's fun. Plus, it's like, you know, for the hangman, it's like a rope around your neck, which is way freaky and fun for that. But yeah, I need something new, something different. Forcing enemies to a certain position would be interesting. But why? I mean, I guess I could just make it and see if it's interesting. The issue I have is that what does it do for their behavior? Like, do they just get pulled towards it and can no longer move? Is that a thing? That would basically just be no different than Temperance, except for they would move towards a distance, like to a specific spot. And that's it. They just get something like that. Or I could have a thing that just launches them away. I think it would actually be more fun to have an ability that repulses things. It sends them flying away. And more useful in most cases, right? Like you fire some sort of like an orb thing that like hits the thing and sends it flying. Or even something that just hits like anything nearby. Like a thing that just goes and like repulses them all out. Or even just a thing around you that just goes and knocks everything away. Would be significantly more valuable than, like, you know, it being pulled towards a source. Because a lot of times you're on top of, like, you know, shelves or like little places like that, and knocking enemies away from you is effectively like killing them because they're so far away they're no longer relevant. Not if they're flying, of course, but otherwise it's like, okay, cool. That one's too far away. He's not going to do anything now. So yeah, about that. You fix the collision on this because it doesn't have any. I don't think you can actually auto convex this, but I'll try just for funsies. I usually just do complex collision on anything that's not like a regular freaking flat wall. But this actually looks pretty good, honestly. Huh. Good for you, Yui. You managed to figure out something real simple. Also, cost you grid material. Yeesh. Yeah, maybe I want that. Maybe I want a repulsor thing. Maybe the tower can be that. But actually, see, maybe I don't do the tower for that because over on Judgment, they were talking about a phonograph that releases a blast of energy to blow enemies away. People in Twitch chat and I have chatted more than a few times about various abilities and ideas. So having a phonograph that fires like little bursts of like sound or something like that that knocks enemies away would be interesting to say the least. Maybe that's what I do. Okay, one single scenario I can come with. Imagine you're like an inch wall you cannot reach because your way is blocked. You cannot see it. You cannot see what it is. The end of that hallway, but there are some pillars based on the flight path and script hammer and Y style. You would need to make a leap of faith. And use a portal and its effect to reach what you can't see. Activate stuff, supersonic, just like Pokemon. Healing puzzles. And the problem with that is if they can't see it, how do they know they're supposed to do that? Right? Like if a player cannot see the goal of something, well, typically that's just bad game design, right? Like if they just have to leap of faith into the middle of nowhere and hope that there's something out there, that's not usually good. You really want them to have a, you know, a plan of what they're supposed to do, something that's, you know, apparent that they need to do something there. You don't have to like spell it out for them necessarily, but. And if I really wanted to, you know, jump into a distance and then grab on some. The hangman already does that. You can literally just turn midair and just lasso onto something with, well, it just attaches the rope. The lariat's like around your neck, but it attaches and just pulls you right there. So you already have this effect. It's something you can do. Well, that's not riddling the player. That's just bad design. Like, anytime the player has to take a leap of faith, that's not a good game design. That is never a good plan. At any point, if you're just like, yeah, just jump into the pit and hope. Really? Like, they should know what their goal is. But like I say, there's already an effect that could effectively do that. And it's not that narrow. Whereas this sounds really narrow. Like, okay, in this really bad game design setup, you could do this thing, but you've already got this effect. You can also do that with the double jump, by the way. You can actually jump out into the distance there, and then you have a jump in midair, so you can actually jump around corners that way. You have enough air control to pull that off as well. I do that sometimes. It's not as effective as the other is, but you can actually do that, where just jump out, jump in. But I never do that to players. Like, I mean, like, that you can do. That's fine, because you can still see your targets. You don't care. But yeah, I see it from that point. I think if as long as you show it to them. But again, like, that seems like not a very good setup, because an ability that's only good in a super narrow scenario like that, like, I've already got so many abilities that can do that, solve that scenario, that I wouldn't pick one that was narrow, right? Like, it needs to be usable in, like, more than, it's usable in a lot of game scenarios, because I'm going to probably want to use it, you know, in a bunch of places. If I give you a new traversal ability, I want you to use it. So I would not really want to do some weird Y scenario thing. Yeah, that's like the weird Y. It seems kind of not good. I mean, I appreciate the ideas, but I just can't see any world I'd want something so narrow. I was trying to find a good area to do this trick. I guess you can do it from here. Though this is kind of sticking out, so it's not that great. But because you can actually jump out and then jump in like this to get through areas as well. Because you have that much air control. Or I can also grab the ledge too. That's letting me go around these things. You've got that. You have the chariot, which solves all problems because it's just flying outright. This will be like near the end of the game, I imagine. Of course, the hangman can do it. If I have weird platforms that are possessed, the Hierophant can do it, but I don't think I have anything that's nothing possessed in this area, so I wouldn't do anything here. I think those are the only ones that could technically do it. None of the other ones. Eventually, Temperance might be able to. I was working on this one that I kind of thought that, but it creates these little things you can jump on, but the problem is they break too easy. And you could ride them places. They're kind of hard to jump on, though, so you tend to fall pretty easy. They're actually best aimed up. Got blocked by a tree, couldn't see. So I need to work on this ability, because I wanted Temperance to have bubbles you could ride. I had to flatten the bubbles so you could actually land on them. So I had that ability too that does it. So
So there's already like a lot of abilities that could solve that particular scenario at this point. But I like the idea of throwing enemies away from me, though. Because bowling it with that for enemies is always fun, right? You throw a thing at them and it knocks a whole bunch of them away. That's true. All right. I don't really have a hold thing for this, but we'll. I'm just gonna make a ghetto one first and go from there. We'll use leverage. Why not? We'll do gloves. So let's find a phonograph. Oh. Gramophone, there we go. I was thinking phonograph. What the heck is a phonograph? Wait, I'm not wrong. The gramophone and phonograph look the same. Oh, phonograph for chords. Okay, well, see, I learned something new. Perfect. Twitch app crash. I totally get what you're saying. I think things through though, just for the giggles. I appreciate it. I want to chat about all these things like that. Even if I don't take your idea, don't ever think that I don't want to hear it. It's just any idea that gets added has to be defended for why it gets added, you know, what it does. Also it has to be defended for which tarot it works for, but we already had a tarot. Sometimes you end up with useful things that actually change your perspective on game mechanics. Yeah, exactly. We are still thinking dabbling, so thanks for sharing your thoughts on it. Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, I'm always happy to chat about things. Like, never be afraid to share your ideas on these things, because, you know, there's ideas from chat have made it to the game. Like, sometimes it's just slight tweaks and everything like that, but there have been ideas, they make it to the game. Like, not everything, of course. I mean, some things don't fit the game in any way, shape, or form, or they just don't make any sense, but you know what I mean. Perfect. I love when people tell me, like, ideas. So, like I say, there's a chance that it makes the cut. I mean, it not necessarily will, but it might. This is going to be the weapon of champions. I'm just saying. It's that, or I have this. Wait, these look the same to me. Explain yourself. Whoa. How different are you? Why am I looking at it that way? That's the stupidest way to look at this. Why don't I just do this? Okay, this one looks terrible. Look at it. Look at how boring that one looks. This one looks so much cooler. I guess this one doesn't have the little bar, so I can move the little bar and have it play. Actually, it has a little spinning thing. This sucks, though, because I can't actually spin it, right? Because it's a static mesh. My kingdom for a working gramophone. So we're going to use this one because it looks way cooler. 10 out of 10. So much cooler. It's too big, but we'll fix that. I got plans here. Hell yeah, we shrinking it. It needs to be facing the arrow because that's where front is. I actually don't know what particular animation I'm going to use for using the gramophone. That's true. But that's okay, I'll figure something out. Realistically, the arrow is there. Spawn arrow. The spawn arrow is also there. Unless I want it to fire up or something. I think I'll just have it fire out like this. Aiming up is hard. I'm not going to keep any of these thingies. I don't care. Share whatever flies through your brain? Nice. I approve. Yeah, let's give it an incredible knockback. This should be actually somewhat easy because of the way I program the projectiles. On their destruction, I put a thing at the very end. This is a good system to do, right? If you ever want to add additional things in here, I have a when destroyed option here, and I have it on a parent, right? And this thing here is just a blank thing, right? So whenever I set this as a having an extra option here of an extra effect, it does this instead. And then all the children have this when destroyed event, and I can add whatever code I want at the end right here. You can do this with custom events all in the center of these things, and you just don't put any code for it. Except for on the children, if it matters. So I do that a lot. So I'm gonna do some mad cheating here. Or slightly angry cheating. Yeah. So I don't gotta figure out how much I want things to move. I'm just gonna duplicate a previous projectile and then add an effect to it. And then move on with life. 9 times out of 10 I just duplicate, you know, the cannon shot because it's like probably the easiest one. So unless there's another one I think that would have a better effect. Actually, wait. There's some tarot ones that are already set up for that. There's like the projectile, the leverage is okay. That is charm, I think, so that's maybe not the best. Tempered spray, okay, well. Justice, there we go, justice is perfect. Projectile. Judgment. Yeah, it's judgment day. Sucker. Yeah. Let's see. There's also a 9-volt battery driven phonograph invented around 1885 to 1895. Really? The only problem is they need heavy wax rolls? Oh. You know a bunch about that era. I am impressed. Right in the age when Tesla, Marconi, Edison, etc. did their techno war. Now when you say it like techno war, it sounds like the music, and I'm like, yeah. They had their little rave going on. The battery was a lead battery? Yeah, I don't know. Batteries back then were something else. Now the technological difference in the last like 125 years is incredible. Like the things they had like during Victorian times and compared to now. Jesus. What in the world? What in the world indeed? Alright, so I need something that seems like air. I'm gonna save my sounds. Those I might want for later, but well, actually, first off, let's equip Judgment, right? I don't think I have a hat for Judgment either. What would Judgment's hat look like? What's the Judgment Tarot look like? I'll get to the hat later. I don't have an idea for the hat. Let's open up Poppet. Oh wait, this is all just on the tarot thing, right? Like that's where it is now? Yeah. Oh. Stupid me. I forgot I put everything on the tarot cards info. I'm going to just duplicate the stuff off of I mean, I think a bunch of them use exactly the same thing.
I'll duplicate it off one of the wands. Because there's a lot of wands. The levers is fine. There. I use this Temperance Tarot overlay for almost everything at this point. I haven't changed it in a while. And no hat for now. Seems good. I think they're just using the same thing like that. Projectile Judgment. Card image. Judgment. I guess I give it a damage amount of like, say 20 or something with a damage variance of 5. That's kind of like a base amount I work with oftentimes. Oh, I picked up a sub on YouTube. I'm back to even. Hell yeah. Need that, and then I just need to figure out what I want this projectile to look at. But let's make certain it even equips Judgment correctly before I get crazy. Is Judgment one a thing? I haven't even made a Judgment ability, so let's go make a Judgment real quick. On the plus side, I can kind of just duplicate anything that fires a weapon. Like Judgment's probably fine too. Actually, I mean, Justice is probably duplicatable enough to get the job done. Yeah, it's just this here, make an attack. I already made all this stuff, so at this point, like, a lot of stuff can be implemented incredibly fast. Because I've just made everything. So unless there's some new thing I have to make, I don't have to do anything. It's like, cool, great, but I already have it. That's probably why the first chapter took so long. Because I literally just was like, well, about that. I don't think this launch works off of a spell. Because that's based on if the weapon hits, then you're not hitting with the phonograph. Sorry, the gramophone. History is weird, sometimes scary, but interesting anyway. I mean, just take industrialization, kicking it off for humans, becoming the assembly parts of the production line. In the Victorian Edwardian era, we were the actual cogs in the machines. That's right, like steel factories, chemical plants. I mean, beginning of the 1800s, chemistry was still seen as alchemy. 1900 plus, it was done, stuff was built so gigantic, enormous, it was unfathomable. Warships, for example, yeah. It's a fun era. I mean, things just really changed. That's the same era where people like were riding around cowboys and Indians type of thing, you know, just. And then they're still doing the weird, you know, strange machines over in Europe and everything, and mostly on the East Coast of the U.S. It's wild to see what happened during that. This is going to be not a very good setup. Yeah, Clash of the Worlds. It was. I'm actually considering the Western stuff for this because originally I was doing Victorian era, but a lot of the stuff I had didn't really exist during Victorian era, so I kind of had to restrict the things I had. There we go, I have a thingy now. I'm caught on this for some reason. Is it because you have a collision? Yeah, I can't move towards it. There's a collision on it. No collision on the weapon, okay? No collision. But yeah, I mean, I've considered going back to being Victorian era just so I can actually make use of that Western stuff, but I don't know. Maybe it's just liking Judgment. Oh, I know. I forgot to put the thing on here. I was like halfway to doing the right thing, but then I forgot to do this part. Govern which button is what. Gotta connect up my custom event for that. But at least the tower is the last one to have nothing. To be fair, Strength has no weapon either. Maybe I give her a big boxing glove, she can go beat stuff up. I gotta do a bunch of animation things. There's so many abilities in this game. Holy crap. Why are you not firing? I have questions. She's obviously holding it in terrible way. I'll put a different socket for her to hold it in a second. Oh well, maybe not yet, but... projectile judgment, no. That's all I need on that graph. Oh yeah, old abilities I decided not to keep. I had different attacks for the devil. I'm probably not going to use it anymore because I don't care, right? Actually, these were just project... what is this? Oh yeah, I was doing like a melee style thing. I don't need this anymore. Oh yeah, she was like almost like a firebender back then. The Daredevil was actually the first of the tarot cards I made. Those people keeping track. It wasn't the Fool until probably a few months into the project that it was actually had the Fool as an option. I was like, I should have a giant sucker, but it was the Devil first. Or the hype cakes made from arsenic. Yeah. Also becoming a white area on the spread from Australia. An invention of chemical dyes based on arsenic used to invent print tapestry. Almost self-mass extinction due to the poisonous effects. Yup. People like to say that, you know, they lace our food with a lot of terrible, horrible, toxic things in it, but you look at the Victorian era and stuff seems almost safe by now. I mean, they are always using us for experiments, but damn. That's rough. I forgot all the various things like that. My favorite thing was that their fashion was literally based on the consumption. You know, the whole, like, them, you know, wasting away, so all their fashion was based around that. I was like, Jesus, what? Here's a bleak era. It's funny that I'm using that as a thing. I actually like the World's Fair type of era and the whole, like, you know, East Coast of, you know, Europe, East Coast of the US type of thing, more than I like what was happening in Europe, to be fair. I don't really like Western stuff particularly at that time, but it's kind of like the midway in between, because it seemed like there was a lot more hope in the Eastern, you know, US at the time than there was in Europe with their Victorian stuff that just seemed kind of bleak. Would be the best term for it. It was like, right. Meanwhile, over in the US, it's like exploration, new inventions, things like that. So, also, I live in the US and not Europe, so I know more about it than I do what happened in Europe. So it's like, huh, probably should base it off that. I mean, to be fair, it's not like I've been to the East Coast, and I didn't live in Victorian times, so it doesn't technically matter where, but do I need this crap? I don't think so. Why'd I keep all this stuff? I have so many questions. I forgot these were even here. I have a super attack. Why are these here? These already all exist. This is literally everything I need for making an attack. I mean, don't get me wrong, it goes into these things too, so it's not like there's nothing going on beyond, but still. This doesn't even connect up. Well, if it hasn't been connected for months at this point, it probably wasn't necessary, okay? Actually, can't spell right now. Funny part is I was basing the city I was in, and like I wanted it to almost be like, you know, a cesspool of a city, like a terrible, horrible place, and I was originally making it like San Francisco because it was easily the worst city I've ever been to in my life. And I'm not even doing anything West Coast based at the time. Wouldn't be fitting at all. I could have picked New York or something, but I've never been in New York, so. Of course, the really funny thing is now the city's starting to look like all nice. So now it can't be based on San Francisco because I hate San Francisco, so it has to be based on something else. That's how it works. Okay, so why doesn't this work? Unless it needs to be here. I don't know why it would. First I want to fire the projectile, then I'll make a projectile that does what I want. It's not that one. Okay, well, let's play with Prince String, shall we? That's projectiles. Okay, so it's not even set to cast a spell. That's the thing to note. And then that might actually been all I needed. Something like the levers would be perfect for this. Yeah, this just did that. Pay a cost, sure. Attack type, cast spell, make attack. It's supposed to be pretty standardized, so I don't have to get too crazy here. I'm wondering what I'm missing. Something stupid. For certain. Oh, system graphics right here. Let's choose that. So we do that, and then go over here, to wrap. And use. Let's see if it gets to that point first. I guess. Well, I guess I'm supposed to check this too. I did give it all the abilities it's supposed to have, right? I didn't have that. I mean, I literally copied one that worked, so it seems kind of weird that it wouldn't. And maybe because it has a weapon socket thing like named, it has to it messes up. Let's see what goes from there. We might be missing something. I think a bio break in a second here. Judgment left mouse happens, and then it never happens beyond that, so it can never use it. Okay. Did I misspell it? Entirely possible. Extra space, maybe? There was extra space in there. Oh, wait. It says judgment on the card, right? It's spelled like that? Yeah. Did I just have, like, no E on there the whole time? It's because the card reads judgment on it, so... I'm pretty certain it does. Let me double check that it really reads that. I've seen it spelled both ways, so... Yeah, this one literally reads it like that. When in doubt, read the card. Yep. That's the case. Right here, put this there. Thanks for the hello, Poo Poo Boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 6, 9. I thought you actually were going to count all the way to 9. Because I literally just read 1, 2, 3, 4, and I saw like the 9 at the end, and I thought that it was going to be just a straight up count. And then it wasn't. And in a way, I was kind of sad. I really wanted it to just count straight from 1 to 9. Sometimes expectations, you know? Now that's interesting. Anyway, how's things going? I presume you just wanted me to read your name, but... I remember once some guy followed me and he really just wanted me to read his name. I'm doing pretty good. Living my best thug life for certain. My best game dev thug life. Yeah. Making new abilities or trying to make a new ability. I'm trying to remind myself exactly what how I built them in the first place. Sometimes I forget stuff because the game is so big that I have to remind myself over and over and over. This was how I did this, and this was how I did this. So how's your day going? You game dev? Doing cool things? Important questions must be asked. Why are you, is there, like, the game currently running or something? No. Well, it's because you're locked. I was like, wait a minute, what am I missing here? Everything's clearly out in those few files, folders? Yeah, few of them, huh? Very, very few. Well, that's interesting. It's equipped. Now it isn't doing any of that. Hmm. Yeah, great. Where's the flaw in this thing that's causing all these problems? Well, to quit the weapon, so clearly it must be using that. Oh, I think I understand now. Oops. Just to be certain. Yeah, it can be spelled either way. That's why I was confused. I was like, wait a minute. I gotta fix this here and change all these ones to judgment there, and that'll break this chain right here. And then I gotta connect this back up. And I gotta go to each one and do the same thing, because that's how it works. Oh well. Thanks job by Poo Poo Boy. For the follow and hanging out and all that. I mean, even if it wasn't for long. Always happy to have you. Well, I don't have a connection for that yet. I just am changing them because I'll forget otherwise. One must remember to change these or it's going to be sad times later. I need to go through and just standardize everything, so maybe I'll do that soon here. I forgot I was trying to equip judgment of all things. There we go. Sure, she's not using it correctly, but that's fine. I can find a different animation and move it to a new location anytime I want. That's not a problem. Okay. So now that part works, I can get rid of all this dumb crap. I think during the next ad break thing, I'm gonna go take a quick bio break. Like 50 some odd seconds from now. Get rid of all these while I remember to. I figured it went too hard. There was just an E that was on there that shouldn't have been, but otherwise. I really did standardize a lot, and I'll be standardizing so much more. Before all said and done. Oh yeah. What is going on? That is awful. I hate it. It's just on top of each other, just annoying me. I hate how these can't be all that clean looking, but not much I can do about that. I can at least do this. Projectile type should probably just be in here, and then I could save this whole weird code thing here. I'll be right back.
Ah. So now I need some sort of effect that looks like that, but let's get old projectile judgment here. There should be like an extra effect if memory serves. Yep, extra effect. And I believe it was like when destroyed or something, if memory serves. Yeah. Should have actually just been called extra effect, right? Oh, actually they can't have the same name. Fair enough. Whatever. We'll call when destroyed. And like I say, because, well, when destroyed, add event, yeah. Like I say, because it's running at the end of that on the parent, it will then let me run whatever code I want that's unique to these, so. The whole parent-child system is so good for saving you on having to recycle, having to retype code. Which I'm always a fan of. Let's see. And then I probably want to borrow the code that I have for the Empress, I imagine. After all, if you can just copy paste your own code, you should do that. Trust me. Rather than remind myself how to do it the hard way, it's like, oh, but I already did this. Oh, that's right. The Empress projectile is actually with the Empress stuff. Ah, sphere collision on it. Okay. That's fair. The Empress is not actually a projectile. Like, it just drops little bombs essentially. But it has all that crap, so actually, let's make our life a little easier, shall we? Okay. This destroy actor is fine. Right, because the way I did the projectile parent here, just destroy actor would happen there. So yeah, I just stand and say destroy actor. Oh yeah, we're getting gameplay tags again. Mushroom destroyed. I mean, I don't think I even need that. Other actor gameplay tags, most certainly. It's become the most useful thing. Get gameplay tags. Once again, everywhere I go, we get in the gameplay tags. And it is glorious. So
Why don't I just do... I don't need to have a special event for this. It's just literally going to be running off of that. The other one was looping to check things, but this one just checks on exploding. Get overlapping actors on the sphere collision. I'll make the sphere collision kind of big. I see. Actually, I don't think you make it big. I just make it blow things away. It's also kind of at a weird location, or the other one's at a weird location. Well, this is at zeros, so actually the static mesh is at the weird location. Should actually be more centered. Not going to use this static mesh, but... it's like an error option or something like that. Not very easy to find things there, but I'd rather just find it this way. Designing stuff is all kinds of fun. I'm actually looking for material anyway. I could just put a... actually, I could put one of these little things in there. They don't really look like a little sound thing necessarily, but maybe. Interesting. Probably want something that's circular anyway, or actually spherical. Shockwave, ooh. Well, that is depressing. I was so excited for like 5 seconds, and it turned out to be trash. Well, this would be really good for like a repulsive thing. Like one that just hits everything nearby? Hold, please. I literally think of Let's Game It Out when he's just like, hold please, and like it goes dark and then it comes back and he's done something insane. It's like, but why? The real question is, why not? Have they made something that does an AoE around me that's pretty similar to what we're talking here? Unless I did just basically the Empress, but it knocked things away. Oh wait, that is a pretty good one. But I could just spawn the thing around Poppet and get all actors nearby and knock it away. True. Hmm. Spawn system attached. I always forget that. I always have like spawn particle attached, and that gives you a cascade, and the aggros are like a system. Attach point, I guess it's fine, I suppose. Actually, could also just leave it attached directly to her as well. A lot of stuff does actually attach to her. The spawn particle attach is also an option. No parent socket. I guess I don't really need to have a socket. Holy crap, that's huge. What's it called? I guess the Empress probably is easier, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Everything's open, can't tell what's what. Bad blueprint, huh? Sure. No, no, hit result. I want I'm gonna have a launch character. Can't remember all the crap I've made. BPMPC real quick. Launch. How does weapon do it? I have a bunch of systems that handle a lot, so. The weapon parent launches things too. And it calls upon. Yeah, it's just launch target. I need a hit result though. Does this collect the result? You'd think it would. Right, this is the structure for F there? Yeah. Impact, so it does have it, okay. I'd like to recombine that, thank you. Make my life easy. Oh, it's way down there. Just to double check, that has just to hit actors. Well, hit actor I can pull. I just kind of wanted the location. I know on any kind of on hit result, you get a location where it's hit, and then you can base your launch off of that. Whereas if I don't do that, then on overlap's a little harder. In that I'm not sure what the math is yet for that. Also, why don't I recombine this? I don't actually know right now. Let's call this hit result. I don't know why they call it a sweep. It's weird. Gives me something to work with though on the children. It's not going to shrink, so I don't care. Good result. Wrote these variables so I can do good things with it. Launch source. Yeah, self. Don't know why I couldn't just do this on the other, but I guess we'll do it this way, so hit actor can be pulled from there. What was the launch amounts on these numbers here? Oh, I think that they were built off the other things there. We'll say we'll use 1,200 just to make it easy on myself for now. How am I setting a launch course? I don't understand. Oh. Now I'm just gonna call other actor. It'd be a little weird for some of them because the hit result's a little strange, but that's okay. I'll probably come up with a better way later. Also, do a better way here for each. Switch on gameplay tag. The boss. And we'll have a destroyable. And default. Alright, so if it's a boss, I don't actually know why it says launch 0. It's weird. Don't know what the purpose of this was, but we'll just apply damage if it's a boss. And then I don't need this crap anymore. And for destroyable, it'll do this code here. Wait. This is not going to make use of those. I'm just going to get rid of this there because I don't care about if it's enemy or not. Not here because there's no point. This doesn't affect Poppet. It'd be stupid if it did. This type enemy is fine. Alright, so if it's type enemy, we can do this as well. Swap these around. The chords don't overlap. Migrate this up. I think that's everything I need. Find out. We never did do the other ability, but one at a time, you know? Is there even a nav mesh here? Or I sit around like an idiot? Is there a nav mesh? Yeah, okay, good. It gets a random point in a reachable radius. So if there's no nav mesh, there's no such thing as a reachable radius, so it won't work. Yeah. Wait, why aren't you doing anything? Okay. Oh, and then destroy actor at the end of this, either way. Not doing the animation. What have we messed up this time? It's not doing the animation itself. Like foobar or something? Okay. Oh, the world's connected. That was the problem. She probably needs to cradle this weapon, like kind of like this, and then like have it shoot forward. Would be how I assume how it would work. I don't have any of the right things to make the projectile look good. I just want to see if it actually launches things. Doesn't really seem to be doing that, does it? All right, well, let's make sure it's the right projectile. Double check real quick. Sure. I could just spawn a thing, oh, I could have just spawned a thing at the, wherever it hit, too. And launch him in an opposite direction of it. That would have been way smarter than what I just did. And technically this should work, but I might do that actually. Oh, I'm dumb. After it loops, it should destroy the actor. Not before. Yeah, I should just spawn to a launcher. On top question, does UE Uni work under and are able to target Mac OS? I mean, I know you can release on Apple systems with UE. I assume Unity can do it. I'd be surprised if they couldn't. I mean, they're not that popular of an operating system, but people still use it. So I'd be an utter shock if they couldn't. I think it's still more popular than Linux. Maybe not though with the Steam Deck. Where is enemy? Come on, enemies. Fight me. Where is everyone? Yeesh. One, two, 1, 2. Three never happens. I think this had a different thing on the weapon here that was weird. Because I had to deal with child actors. Just like a straight export target from the editor, there is none that you stumble over. What, like you're just looking for like an actual export? I assume it's just export. Like I would just test it. Just go to Asset Actions Export, whoever selected, and you should be able to export to whatever. I don't have a Mac to test it, so I would never ever come across that. But you can easily export from the engine to Windows. I'm assuming it would just pick whichever one it was built for and export to that, right? It'd be weird if it didn't. But my knowledge of its support for that is pretty bad. The Mac OS is obviously supported right there, so I'm assuming that it exports to Mac just fine. But that's a pretty big assumption. I don't think I've used Mac OS in over 20 years. Any flavor of it. Unless you count the iPhone 1. I used that. I did have the iPhone 1. That is true. What if I had this? Interesting. Yeah, no Windows yet again set up, or Mac OS next slowly for a while. And fair enough. I mean, might as well, yeah, like say, test it and let us know, pretty much. I, have no means of testing that. It's like testing for Linux. I have no means of testing that. I could install Linux, but counterpoint, I'm probably not going to. So there it got launched. Most time it seems like it stops there. Yeah. I suspect I don't like how I went about this. I don't even get launched very much at all. Doesn't always launch though.
Sorry, one more. My benches though. Java has a freely usable library of open source public domain interface parts like they use in criminal investigation, sketch, and mugshots. Not really. I mean, you can just use metahumans in order to make mugshots, right? You can just make a metahuman, take a mugshot of it. You could probably apply a filter to it to make it sketched. I don't think it would look perfect, but it might look okay. So probably something like that would be the cheapest way to pull it off. This metahumans is now in 5.6. You don't even have to convert it over to a model. You can just literally just take a screenshot. I mean, I haven't seen like random character pieces, but you'd probably find some character generator for that kind of thing. I haven't really seen a free one of those, but like I say, metahumans is free. That is lots of pieces. You could mess with that. Make realistic mug shots that way. This works badly. Oh, I see why.
think the launch character macro is not very good. Well, it's launching directly at me. It doesn't always launch either. You can hoot the body itself. I don't know what that means. That super old school face generator I made. I want to try those official ones from police, but they are not freely accessible. Here's a catalog of layers sketched on transparent foils. It's the mustache, it's the air shape. Interesting. I mean, I haven't heard of any sort of thing like that, and I've never gone looking, to be fair. Like, it's never even occurred to me that that was something I needed to find. If I was going to do mugshots, I would literally just make the character I was going to do mugshots of. But I haven't really had a thing like that. I mean, you could just literally make a bunch of faces and then break them into pieces yourself, which would work. But I haven't seen anything like that. That is a new one on me. A new one indeed. Like, actor location. Find look at rotation. Okay, other actor. Actor location. I've done this before. Who has the code? I know I've done this before. I hate vector math, so I usually look it up. Vector math and I aren't friends. Yeah, I just laziness on it. I already did pixel art, vector art, college style cutouts for magazines, hand-drawn parts, pencil and marker, and so on. Just work, you know. That's fair. Oh yeah, anytime, you know. If I can help, I will. I mean, like, there's like an openart.org is about the only free database of things I can think of. No, that's not it. That's not an openart.org. It's a openart. What was it called? No, that's not what it's called. That's openart.org, but it's something else. It's Open Game Art? Oh yeah, opengameart.org. Might have something. They're usually pretty crap though, to be fair. But you might try them. It'd be a long shot at best, but hey, you never know. It could be worth a try. Yeah, sure thing. Hopefully it solves your problem. Not holding my breath, but maybe. Oh, she's going from a projectile arrow and launching that way? Is that how ground pound worked? Yeah. Not the code I want. Um, we'll invert rotator, right? Because if it's done like that, and they're looking at rotation, so I want that, and then get forward vector. I believe I had to launch it like with a blue here, so it's like along these kinds of lines and then launch. I should make a better launch system than I have currently. Pretty quiet night on the old streaming front. YouTube definitely not sending the traffic it once was. Why is this not launching the way I want? Like it's launching more consistently, but it's still not launching well. It's just might be better. Okay, that's weird. Am I hitting myself? Nothing behind me is hitting me, actually. Didn't seem to be launching them, though. Hmm. I'm launching it all at this point. It's just not finding these gameplay tags. It's just not pulling this off somehow. Even though default should do 3. So how is it not even doing that? Because 3 should actually happen there. Hmm. Could just apply force to whatever I'm hitting. Possible it's being interfered with by the actual parent too. Hey Code Rad Games, how's it going? Yeah, shout out. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I understand wholeheartedly. Every time I raid someone, it's like, I've been streaming for 10 hours, and they're like, you want to talk? I'm like, no. No. So, thanks again for the raid, and enjoy the rest of your day, definitely. I guess I can show off things to the new people then. Let me show off game things to people, since that's always fun. You load up the level it's mostly done. Like at about 95%. I gotta add in some story, but most of the stuff works pretty well. Just take a second to load it though. And we're waiting. We're waiting. We're still waiting. I don't know why it's taking that long, but eh. There we go. Close up all these extra windows and let's do the tour. Who doesn't like a tour? Thanks for follow, John1513. Alright, so this is the usual favorite place to start the tour. Let me disable all messages so I'm gonna see that. Alright, so the game's called Poppet Quest, and you're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is basically a place where all the toys come to life at night, and by a curse that's just powering everything. Enemy spawning? Should be enemy spawning, 1 second. And where is everyone? There's an Amish, right? Sorry, I love it. Yes, it's very important. I'm gonna laugh if for some reason the area that's always worked and I'm not even working on is now not working for whatever reason. Spawn something? Anyway, well, that's figuring it out. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers all the toys. I really don't know why it's not spawning anything at the moment. That could be weird. If your sanity ever starts to get really low, you start to go insane and all these fun things like that. You go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, and you need curse power to use your abilities. Which should be... But no enemies are currently spawning. I'll just go to a different room and see if they'll spawn there. I don't know what's up there at the moment, but sure. Alright. So she uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Magician. Let you use like pick up small objects and throw them to use them as weapons and things. You can also manipulate drawers, cupboards, light switches, windows. Basically small things. This is the tutorial for it. There should be enemies spawning everywhere. It's so weird. If they don't spawn in the next room, I'll take a moment to figure out why. But if they do, then I'll just assume that Yui's being weird again. It does that. Yes, it does. This is the Fool with the Giant Squeaky toy. It's also good at breaking things. Game's a steampunk game, so you can't leave the building. If you do, the curse that powers you will no longer power you, but you can walk out here and look. You know, have a little fun out here. Long way down, don't get too close. Might reload the engine in a second here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a quick reload of the engine. It's doing an ad break anyway. That'll give me a second to maybe solve that problem, because the game's a lot more fun when the enemies are there. While it's doing that, perfect. Okay, so hopefully restarting the engine fixed the problem. Otherwise, I'm going to be real sad. The saddest of sad that ever sadded. Especially because I'm working on this, like the first chapter, and I'm working on the second and third chapter at the moment. This is supposed to be the one that's done. Or largely done. Mostly done. In theory. It's supposed to be. But sometimes... Oh, wait. Sometimes UE's just weird. Okay, well, somehow I broke all that. I was going to do a tour. Does it work in this room? Can I just cheat and go to this one? Is it all the rooms? If it's all the rooms, and that means, you know, I can solve the mystery a lot faster for what it is, but... Hmm. And the encounter things aren't spawning. Huh. Okay, well, tour temporarily postponed. Somehow I broke the thing that worked previously without working on the level that it was. Yeah. I have questions. Anyway. I will solve this mystery. Oh, please. Presumably, maybe the name is incorrect? That can't be right. How is the name wrong here? Well, that's how it works. Whenever there's a raid, things don't work right. I'm trying to copy the name. But that's totally the right name. Whatever, I'll just cheat here. I won't cheat, but I'll do this real fast. Put string here. Do. Yeah. Well, the funny part is I just did like a 2-hour tour yesterday, and it was a nearly flawless run. And here we are. Yeah, here we are. Because, you know, it's just how it is. Usually whenever there's like any kind of raid of any real size, I usually do something of a playthrough of what I've got. Typically. I'll just put a few at various points here. Come on. And this is usually the chapter, the one that's always like, yeah, I got your back. I always work. Until today. Alright. It's probably something dumb. Usually how it works. Something I just didn't pay attention to, something I forgot about. Encounter 2, encounter 2. Encounter 2. Does encounter 1 ever happen? How is it even possible? Yep, it's always something dumb. Some weirdo little thing you're like, oh yeah, by the way. Where's encounter 1 at? It's not getting this level name. Oops. I presume the level name is somehow wrong? Explain yourself. in small words so I might understand better. I have not changed this level name. I haven't done anything to this particular thing in ages. I mean, I'm hoping the H-load layer would be good enough. I mean, the name is correct. Most exciting tour ever. How is this name incorrect? Oh, well, I suppose I'd do that. Connect it up just in case somehow the name got changed. Not sure that's possible. Now it's happy. It's like somehow they were different. But were they really? Was that toxic Britney Spears? Wait, what? I have so many questions. Alright, so now things work. Let us continue with the tour. I don't know why it decided it wanted me to refresh the information there. But listen. As long as it's happy, I'm happy. Perfect. I did reconnect this, right? Just double checking. I don't think so. It's just a bunch of game dev music. I got mumble bundles. Alright, we will continue from here because this is about where I was going to be anyway. I don't know. I don't actually listen to Britney Spears or anything like that, so I just know it's a bunch of game dev music I got from Humble Bundle. I guess they could have stolen it from old Britney. It's possible. Wouldn't surprise me, I guess. Alright, so let's continue. Hopefully that things work. There we go. Things are spawning now. Okay. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Bashes things. Oh. Well, he misses sometimes, but I don't know. Apparently it's just spawning like crazy. It's like, yeah, buddy. Probably a little too fast for my taste, but sure. Yippee-ki-yay! Grab the key here. Does she still sing? I think she's just crazy though. That's all I know about her. I've heard about her in the news of her being crazy. Maybe she does that kind of dancing. Maybe. You know, this is the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. The blue mushrooms heal things, and the red mushrooms deal damage to things. All of them affect you and the enemies, so you know, try not to get hit. If possible. Boing. Boing. These are satisfying to blow things up with, by the way. You can use a magician to open a door if you have a key. Slam it in their faces. That reminds me, I need to fix the thing I took out of this and replace it with something else. I use Temperance. Temperance is a bubble wand. Now the encounter system's working good. I sped it up since last time. That was the best hat. It's very excited. It's going on a journey with you. How could you not like the hat? What was galaxy thing is called? Tentacles in English. In German it's called... What tentacles? Like... What, like octopuses? Squids? Ex-girlfriend on a Friday night? Nothing? This Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. Black dice deal damage based on what they roll to anything nearby. Well, to any enemy nearby. The white dice heal. Probably not a very good weapon for in here, honestly. I guess it's hard for them to dodge. But it's hard for you to dodge too, and this weapon's slow. Good AoE damage, much better if you can stay away from the enemies. Let's try return ones, ex-girlfriend is transparent, effective. I see. I have so many questions. Get my sanity back. I mean, I guess I can use them. I'll use like the moon against them. The moon's fun. Jellyfish? Oh, there you go. Moon makes clones of Poppet, and the enemies will attack the clones, and you can also detonate the clones to deal damage to things. It's very exciting. You can also have a dance party. I just clicked off the game, so if you wonder why it lagged. It's mostly about a dance party. They're just doing their thing. We're all dancing. Very fun. 10 out of 10 wood dance party. Anytime. Yeah, mean. Mean. It's actually the point of the faster weapons because you get to move with it. The new encounter system's doing good now. Oh, the brain rot is real. That's what I heard. Roll some dice. Open the painting. So, well, there were a lot of women who were killed and their souls were put into dolls. One of them, her soul got stuck in the paintings, and she lets you travel to the painting world, which is like a liminal space that connects all the paintings. Unfortunately, it requires a specific game mode to be enabled, and that one's not enabled. So, if I jump to it, I'll go back to a random location and might not be able to continue. So, I'll save it for the very end. I have to do a regular testing. I haven't done a real testing with the regular game mode in forever. Boing. Boing. Yeah, the new encounter system is doing a good job of just putting stuff everywhere. I approve. Not too much in that room, but... These are movable lights. You just run around them. I'm not getting into the secrets because I already have all the tarot cards unlocked, so it saves a lot of the things I would have had to have done. Like Mario? Which thing was like Mario? What, the cubes or some other thing? I have questions. I mean, I assume Mario's done every single thing ever at this point, so there's nothing I can do that Mario hasn't already done. Oh, yeah. Okay, going into paintings is, Mario wasn't the first to do it, but yes. I definitely have the ripple painting effect idea. And I was definitely thinking Mario when I thought that. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Well, actually, for the ripple, I was thinking that, not for the going into paintings, but close enough. Just like I was thinking of Control when I added telekinesis to this game. Haha! Almost out of curse. No, there's too much light in this room. I'm bugging my leg there. And it doesn't abrade. Perfect. Why not? I already had that out. I'll hide here for a second. By the light. And we'll commune with the lights. Greetings, lights. Teach me all that you know. Which means you can go back to portals. Could use them as inventory caches. I mean, there's no inventory to worry about. You just carry everything with you. They're tarot cards. I mean, they're cards. They're, you know, like, I'm certain you can carry 22 cards around with you. I'm pretty certain. Actually, there's 66 cards. I'm pretty certain you can carry 66 cards with you. I don't know if you heard all that because of the ad break, but waiting for the ad break to be over pretty much. Ad break, ad break, ad break. Alright, welcome back, people. This is the Death Tarot. Currently, it's just a scythe that whenever it deals damage, you gain that much health. That's kind of a cool hat, too. Cool scythe. Raise looking scythe, too. It's where you get the Hierophant. Yeah, it's, the Hierophant Tarot is there. I'm running to it eventually. It's actually pretty far in the room. Oh, sorry, pretty far in the game, but I just, you know, haven't got to it yet. We're gonna throw the baby turtle in the water. He knows what it did. Bye-bye, baby turtle. I need a better splash effect, though, so... It still knows what it did. You would get the Empress Tarot here, but... Well, I already have all the tarots. I mean, I don't know if you have a limit of cards in hand, or they could be merged, forged, stuff like that. That was my thought behind the question. Portals, melting pots, cash in between switch decks if you hold them, but need different decks to different parts. I considered making it where each of the, like, each tarot card has, I'll just bring this one up so I can worry about that. Each tarot card has 3 abilities, and they get recognized by the, you know, purple orbs, but that shows how many I've actually made. Black orbs, I don't have those ones yet. I considered splitting out to 3 different pieces of equipment and then giving you, like, multiple loadouts, but for the most part, you just have access to all of them at all times. If you found it, you have it. Basically like Metroid, really. I mean, some of them do abilities that work. But the game doesn't have, like, I mean, it's basically a Metroid, you know, it's... You don't gain, like, bonus stats or anything like that. It's not a RPG, if you will. I mean, Metroidvanias can be RPG-like, but this one's more of a collectathon, like Metroid itself. Where you just get meaningful upgrades and not pointless numbers. I guess that's incorrect, because there are, like, stat upgrades, like health and curse and sanity, in the form of, like, things you can find. Also, falling in the water normally kills you, but I have the tarot to fix that. But yeah, the Empress's other ability that grows and shrinks plants, so that's what I'm doing here with it. Most of the time, they have an effect that you have to activate. And some of them have effects that are more like barriers or like long-term effects that you can activate. I'll show off some of them in a bit when I'm not in an area where I need the Empress specifically. This is the area where you learn about the Empress, so that's why there's a lot more Empress stuff here than other places. I don't even need that one. You know that one's there. Just for funsies, I guess. I'm looking for this key particularly. I can actually, well, I wouldn't have double jump here, so that's just outright cheating. Also fell in the water, so I deserve that, but... The second area has a lot of underwater stuff, but this one does not. In fact, this is the only water room on this entire chapter. I'll go to the secret room. You don't actually have to go this way. You can skip both of these rooms coming up if you want. I probably want to jump on that first. It's much better to ride them up. Without double jump, you would never be able to jump that high. It's galore on its own already. Just so much fun to explore your game and stream. As far as you think, including for my Asperger brain. Nice. So I'll use one of the things here. One of the abilities, like, we'll start with something like the Devil. The Devil has an effect where it can reverse the curse. Well, the Devil is active. I need a better effect for this because it's too bright, but... Well, this is active. In the light, you will lose sanity. Actually, that should not working. Interesting. Oh, it's because these things emit light, right? Yeah, because those things emit light, so they're screwing me up. Terrible time to show that off. If these enemies emit light, thus playing with your cursed things all by itself. Any problems with this thing here? This one work? There's a bit of a bug with those. Justice is currently just a gun that just shoots things in the face. Just for fun. You saves by jumping into toy boxes. As you can see, I have all the save stuff. Oh, it also loads too. You got the right game mode. All the options work. The map's currently not great. Just shows the rooms how they connect. I'll make a better one. You've seen the tarot menu, and collectibles needs to be put in the game still for the most part. Like there is the crystal balls do work, but I haven't collected any of them. All right, so with that not enabled, I can use anything. Using the Devil will reverse the curse, so now I start gaining sanity in the darkness. Yeah, but I won't gain curse power. So there's effects like that that are, you know, long effects that as long as they're active they work for you. That one's just so bright though. It also fires fireballs into their ability. Oh yeah, I guess I'll go through the moon things. You wouldn't have this here, but I put this here so you can hide something for later. The moon removes moon symbols from things. So if there's a moon door anywhere, you can make it vanish or appear if you want to block things. Useful for getting into secret areas. Very obnoxious to get. Or find some nearby light. Doors don't actually block you. They're just there to prove you're going insane. You're welcome to jump through them until you get bored. Ain't no one stopping you. Why am I having a hard time with this jump? It's not even a hard jump. I have a way of making my own game look really hard. Wow. I haven't had enough alcohol, that's why. For some reason I missed this one jump a lot more than you think I would, and it's not a hard jump. It's really not. But of all the jumps in this room, I think I missed that one the most, yeah. Exactly. I should go make this one jump. Good. Pretty much, John, pretty much. I am bad at my own game. That spot's a little wonky. You kind of have to jump it. I guess you don't have to, but it's really kind of wonky to just walk it. Normally you'd have to backtrack to get tarot cards and things like that. But since I have everything unlocked, I don't have to do any of that. I just get to keep running forward. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity. I will jump on the bouncy couch because it's the bouncy couch. Boing. Boing. It makes me happy. He used to go out that window there in order to do one of the puzzles to get a key up there. Which then you take back to another room in order to unlock one of the tarot cards. But I don't usually do this for the tour. Alright. This is where you meet the first of the bosses. Good old Patrick and his 3 phases of Wait, are you tiny? Oh no, you're normal sized. I'll use only what I'm supposed to fight him, because it's not really fair to just use everything, I guess. I don't know. He does a lot of damage. He's actually pretty mean. What a meanie head. Oh, he's just on... Oh, never mind. I guess I left him as only having the 3rd phase, so we're just going to fight the 3rd phase the whole time. Normally he switches at 50% health, but today he's particularly feisty, so we're just going to fight that. Alright, well if we're going to do that, then we're going to party. I'll try to magician him down. He summons helpers, which will explode when you get near him. I don't know if I can kill this or not, I'm trying. Aha! Get hit by the magician. We're jousting now. Ow. Deserved. I got him, but he got me too. Yeah, see, watch these things that go. I did increase the strength of the Empress for this fight. Oh, not for this fight, but for other fights. Mostly for the voodoo fight, but... Okay, it's really hard to kill him with this. You just hovering there, buddy? Get hit in the head then. Look at that. He's like, I guess I just wanted to hover. Fair enough. What you doing, buddy? I think I was trying to solve a mystery for something like that and I forgot. Okay, well, just don't fight back. He's like, I don't want to fight back. Now you're just making me feel bad. You used to work. Why don't you work anymore? Get hit in the face by a cube. Alright, well if you're not gonna play, no, fight back the way you're supposed to. Ow. I'll moon him. You aren't even supposed to have this for this fight. But he kinda does destroy the moon pretty fast. Wow. Maybe the moon is terrible against him. I think Wheel of Fortune was good against him, if memory serves. Ow. What you doing, pal? He's got a weird attack that causes him to freeze up a bit, and I need to figure out which one it is. I don't know what's causing it, but sometimes he's just dumb. Alright, well... You're making me feel bad now. Well, fine. Just gonna cheat then. This thing has such a huge health drain and it is so imbalanced, it's great. Though he actually does a lot of damage up close. I gotta give him some credit. He was actually... At range he seems to be terrible because he's breaking, but up close he does not appear to be breaking. That's good to know. We clicked off the thing, no. I don't know why it lets me click off it. It's supposed to be... I don't know why. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. This weapon's overpowered against him. Anything in balance like this is usually pretty overpowered, so, you know. Gotta do what you gotta do. I'll blow him up. Explosions! Yeah, some attack is causing it to freeze up. He has a reset algorithm to make up for it, but that's not fixing the attack, that's just a band-aid over it. I don't know what it is though, it's kind of annoying. Oh, of course, no, ow, deserved. Making me look bad. See how it is. I don't make you look bad. Well, I guess technically right now I am, but... Good shot by Justice a lot. There we go. I need a better victory fanfare for it, but... Alright, I should make note of that to fix that. I'm gonna add that to my to-do list. I forgot. Patrick has an attack that causes him to freeze. I forgot last time I ran tests, so now we know. Wait. The gates didn't go away. Wait, what? What happened? Okay, he just took a moment. I was like, am I trapped? Oh god, I'm trapped. Alright, and now for John here, you can see what the chapel actually was for.
That was easy.
Yeah, it was. Turns out they never fight back, right? So it's the Hierophant room. There's possessed objects in the room, and they won't behave, but use the Hierophant, they will. They return to where they're supposed to be, as long as the Hierophant's active. I'm gonna get shot in the face a lot doing this, but not fall instead, and that showed me. I know what I'm doing. Double jumping for no reason. How are you flying? Have like no cruise power. Not enough to make the distance anyway. Apparently hitting myself with these projectiles every once in a while now. I don't know why. It's a new bug that's showed up recently. I love when systems totally work and then they just suddenly don't. And you're like, wait, what did I do? No. Anyway. So yeah. Objects will return to where they're supposed to be. Any room where I explain the ability, I usually overboard the ability a bit, so this room has multiple ways to go with this particular ability. You lose curse while you do it, but you also gain curse in the darkness, so you will gain some of it back anyway. I'm gonna go quick here before they chase after me. I gotta gain a certain portion back or I won't be able to make the last distance here. Oh, I'm in the light somehow. Is there an enemy emitting light over there? Maybe. That's unfortunate if that's the case. Yeah, over there must be. Yep, there's a light emitting enemy. You monster, this is a terrible location for me. Right here, maybe? That good? Huh. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna run for it. Hope we make it. Like a champion. Ah, no problem. I'll cheat and jump over here so you can see my Annabelle reference.
This guy's.
So yeah, if you know anything about the War Museum, this is the wording on the Annabelle case. I have my own creepy doll in here. Bugaboo. She's apparently hovering right now. Normally I would feel like that's a bug, but you know what? If the evil doll is hovering, I'm actually okay with that. That just seems like something an evil doll would do. This is where you encounter Charlotte, the ghost girl who's the de facto ruler of the place. Basically, she's a instant kill if she catches you. I need to put a jump scare in for her, but I don't have one yet, so. She'll wander around there in this room, make it kind of easy. There is a secret if you can lure her away. That's true. Oh wait, there's no secret there, it says so. No, not is it. I keep forgetting to close the playroom door. It's supposed to be closed. I guess I need my curse back more than anything else. You dancing? Lure her away. I guess I don't have to go to the other secret area. I'll just skip the other secret area. I'll continue on. You can encounter Charlotte more because it's probably more exciting than the secret area is. Oh, you can actually kind of fall behind there. That's notable. I actually just did this wrong, but that's okay. I'll just cheat. Or maybe I won't. Deserved. And cheat? Nope, can't go that way. Interesting. Fair enough, I didn't deserve to go anyway. You're not supposed to have double jump here, so I'm actually just cheating if I use it. You can use the drawers to get up if you want, but you gotta go down there, and I don't want to do that. That's dangerous. That's a questionable life choice. I do not advise it. I would avoid questionable life choices. I guess I get my health back real fast. The symbols on the cards have any meaning? You mean like all these ones here?
They're the major arcana from the tarot. Which each one has, like, whenever they do tarot readings, these cards have, like, you know, things that they mean. Yeah. Such as the Fool representing, you know, innocence, the beginning of a journey kind of thing, and the World representing the end of a journey and fulfilling your goal. The Empress is like growth and nurturing, nature, things like that. High Priest is like inner knowledge, intuition. The Tower is about like destruction and the things you wouldn't think it would be, but here it is. I mean, the Lover's is kind of obvious. I mean, they've all got a different meaning.
If you look up the major arcana of the tarot, like they've got like a lot on them. I spent a bunch of time looking up what each one meant so I can make abilities based on them. And yeah, now I have to justify where each one, whether or not it would actually work for what the arcanas mean. It's also minor arcana too, but those don't really have as much of specific meaning as the major do. The swords, the wands, the pentacles, and the cups, I believe. Charlotte's wandering down there too. It's like a geometry weapon. You have to bounce it off of things. Kind of like playing pool, really. Kind of a fun weapon. Can be really hard to use. Sometimes you're just really unlucky because Wheel of Fortune rolls 1 to 6, and you roll 1s, it's a pretty bad weapon. You roll 6s, it's a great weapon. I say if you have the devil's luck, right? If you roll all 6s. But yeah, some of the arcana I went through, I basically went with things that seemed more like what people would think they would meant, not actually what they meant. Like this, this is like order, society, you know, faith, that kind of thing. This one's about protection, like father figure type of thing. Yeah, there's... I won't say that I could do tarot readings at this point. I probably couldn't, but I definitely knew more about them than I did when I started, which was 0. I was like, the tarot is kind of cool for using as an idea. What does all this even mean? Oh god, really? To read it all, it's like, oh. Maybe next I'll use astrology. Jesus. Astrology. Oh gosh, can't imagine having to research astrology. Every woman I've ever dated in the past would jump for joy that I had to read all that. Now, if there's ever a second game, I have ideas for what the abilities will be like. You'll see. If there's a second. Is that my piano? There's going to be a music puzzle for it. I don't have one in yet, but that's why it flashes the keys when you're on them. Well, it's supposed to. They don't stay down all that well, though. I need to make the white keys bigger. They were too small, and... well, Poppet's small, but not that small. Not as small as a piano key. Now they're like... piano keys for, special people, yes. Or people like me who have big fat fingers and can't hit anything. I don't know how to play piano. Maybe like a children's version of, well, a children's one would be tiny though. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a giant version. There's actually a maze to get assorted things. I guess I could run through the maze to get some stuff here. The second you stop is the time when the encounter system decides that it's time to play. And yeah, it can get savage. I think I almost need to tone it down now. I toned it back up and now it's just showering with enemies. To the point where I'm not sure I want to go in the maze. A shrinking ability, like when ducking is not enough, when she's like half her size, you want to be smaller than this? I consider having one where she was larger. She's already so tiny. Oh. Why don't we want to add an ability that's only good in one spot? So there'd have to be other places you'd want to shrink. Which I could make things like that. Like she could go through, like flush herself down a toilet or something like that, which would be funny, I guess. I don't really think I'm going to do that, but technically that could be a thing. She has no curse. The light cube's actually detrimental here. Why am I not gaining curse back? Okay, now I am. I was like, wait a minute. Taking a real beating though. Yeah, I am. The new encounter system spawns too many, by the way. I'm pretty certain that's true. Like, it is some savagery right here. I actually want to be in the darkness. I'm not to take the cube with me. It depends on, you gotta manage your resources here, but... Water in the city? Hell yeah. I should put some stuff out here too. There's lots of places where I can put more things to make things cooler, and I just haven't quite. I can definitely keep adding more and more and make this game cooler and cooler and cooler. Yeah, we're still in the first chapter, so... I estimate if you... Well, if you have to do everything in the game, there's no story yet, but everything in the first chapter is probably a couple hours. But to be fair, I also know where to go. So if you didn't know where to go, it might actually be considerably longer. I'm also not doing like any of it. I'm just skipping everything. And just running to the room and grabbing the key to the next room. You would have to grab all the abilities. You might want the upgrades. There's collectible things you can grab too. Some of them are relevant to the overall like story. And do have an effect later, but you don't have to get them if you don't want to, I suppose. That's okay, we'll get to play with Charlotte in a second. I'm just cheating here. Normally you respawn when you die, but when I'm playing with this game mode, you basically just die. One life to live. Slam the door. It's the playroom. It has two rules. The safe spots will protect you, which are these things over here, and don't get caught. Very simple. You jump over into a safe spot, and it applies the hidden stat in the upper right corner, where it says the room and whether you're light and dark and, you know, if you're hidden. The hidden stat doesn't come up that often, but sometimes it does. Usually just wherever Charlotte's involved. Alright. So you win the playroom by simply, well, finding the key to get to the next area and getting to the door before Charlotte gets you. Oh, nice lag there. She can teleport to the smoke, so... I increased the strength of the run, but it's like, got less distance and cost less, but you can spam it more, so I don't know if that's better or worse. It's better for combat, but... I've decided that is the most effective way to get through this place, that particular direction. It's the least chance she has of catching you. Seems like if you know the right way. It's okay, that room's not done yet. Base by the door. Well, let me go get some light here. Oh yeah, I didn't miss this now. They weren't spawning last time. These are like the faces of judgment. They're like, wow. Remember that jump you did? It's terrible. Wow, I can't believe you missed that. I mean, remember when you fell in the water there? Damn. I wouldn't have fallen in the water. They're everywhere. They're just judging you. They're watching. They don't do anything. They're just watching. Okay, they're judging. They know what you did. They're a lot of fun. To take what would have otherwise been a boring hallway and allow me to make many jokes about all the things where he screwed up. Many, many times through this, on every playthrough. Oh, I need the hierophant actually. So now we have to go to the top of the playroom and try not to fall. While being judged the whole time. If you fall, you gotta go through the playroom in the lower section again, that's all. Farther into this game you get, the more obnoxious I'm gonna get with things, trust me. Probably will try to grab you out of the smoke. I'll just jump close, jump away, just far enough out of the range. It's pretty quick to try to grab you, but there's a reload time, so you have a moment. Can't quite reach me. My key. Haha, I got it. He's actually tell the story of a doll that came before you, but when I recorded it, they were too quiet, and I keep trying to make the volume loud enough, and it's just not. I know where she's at, but there's a lot of smoke over there, so there's a good chance she's right there. What are you saying?
You should make them say little things with text when you run out of curse. Like scare away or something. I was thinking of having them whisper, like having little like sound effects that they do. The curse stuff is just, you know, or like the insanity thing is just Poppet going nuts. The part's so dangerous because she can spawn out of that smoke and just end you right there, and you're just the saddest person ever. Are you trying to fight me in this room? I didn't think you could spawn in this room. Well, I win that fight. Enemies usually aren't that tough by themselves. It's just, they tend to ransack you, so many of them. I'm a little hurt for no reason. Alright, so we found out the best strategy for Vu here. All the enemies have like 3 phases. Well, I'll show all the bosses, so... her first 2 phases, they're not that tough. I mean, she does a lot of damage and, she might hit you a bunch, but...
Her third phase is savage. But if you just run away the whole time, it actually is not that easy, but the first phase is pretty easy. My sanity back. Yeah, I basically get away from the lights in order to get your curse back if you want to use your powers. Nope, nope, you stay away from me. You get closer, she kills you in about 5 hits, so. I reduced her damage by 25%, her health by an 8. Her regen by, I think, also an 8. And yeah, and then I upgraded all Poppet's abilities too. It was so bad before. Nope, gotta switch something else. Temperance it is. It's not the fastest way to beat her. It is the safest. You just stay away from me and I'll just stay away from you and I'll just keep shooting you with these. Nope, nope, you stay away. I upgraded Poppet's dodge. It used to cost twice as much and go about double the distance, but now it does half and half. But mostly you can spam it now and you're invincible during it, so it's pretty good. You don't have a block in this game, so you'll love your dodge. You can jump. That's kind of like a dodge. A block. A lot of times. Depends. They have to actually hit you with them. Yeah, she starts summoning helpers in her second phase. You don't have most of these weapons in this fight. I mean, you have the ones... Oh, now. We suck. You have the Fool. You have both versions of the Empress. You have Temperance. And, I guess the full super ability. And that's pretty much... Oh, she had the Magician. You can pick up the cubes and throw them at her. It's kind of a mediocre ability for the most part. I mean, it's not that mediocre. It's sometimes... It depends if she starts shooting you or not. Ow. Deserved. That one's in the air. Ow. Deserved. He's also heal her too, so it kind of sucks. You're supposed to... This is the only heal you actually have for this fight, so... Alright, well... Get mushroomed. Gotta love the easy part of the fight. Go find a light quick. Nope, nope, I'm over here. Now. Deserved. Almost got her to half health. Basically had a curse though. Can't really just spam the Empress because if you do, you'll run out of curse and... Yeah. And in the third phase, the Empress is actually very hard to use. You'll see why soon. It begins. Heal up a bit, or try to. Gotta manage to heal perfect. So in her final phase, she summons like 5 special minions, and as long as those minions are alive, she has this invincible force field that causes her to regen health. And she spins the battlefield, so this way, it's actually hard to keep up with where the candles are. And the Empress stuff floats away, so the best strategy for the Empress is actually to be in the center where the rotation is the least, though. things don't get as far away from you. If you're on the outskirts, like, it can go faster than you can move, so you can't even run in one direction. Like, you can't really run against it very well. As you can see, it gets really hard to get anywhere. Start murdering these helpers. Temperance is very good for this fight. It's only recently I've decided the Empress and doing this strategy is very strong for this fight. Pound for pound, she takes the most damage this way, that I found. He likes to kind of charge in at you and then run away. Kind of a coward. Oh, we're invincible again, huh? Fair enough. I actually gave you Temperance specifically because this fight was so obnoxious without it that I was like, listen, those things do a lot of damage if you get near them. They just start chaining on you and just stabbing the crap out of you. They're pretty brutal. But thankfully, I have Temperance, which is incredibly strong against trash. That's basically its bread and butter. It's good crowd control against garbage. And basically abysmal against anything with any real amount of health. Wanna get near me? Make a run? Your regen is obnoxious. It has been nerfed. God, at first your regen was like impossible. It's so hard to beat her. Nope, we're back to this again, huh? Fair enough. I do need curse back. And sanity. You really have to balance your sanity and curse in this, because remember, if your sanity ever hits 0, the battle is over, so. But you don't get any power in there, so you really don't want to hang out in the lights if you can avoid it. It's not very effective to hang out in the lights. Not many things base themselves off sanity in this game. There's a couple things that actually do, but for the most part, it's actually really bad to sit in the light. Except for that you have to, periodically. Like some sort of weird plant. A doll plant. She's not a doll. No, she's not a plant. She's a doll, though. Aha! I healed and blew you up. Perfect. That was like the best maneuvering. You know, when her shield's not up, the Empress is very strong. If you can hit her. Not always easy to do. Oh, that floated away. I gotta heal, yay! Stay away from me. Back away. The good news is if you back away with the thingy, you actually move faster. The bad news is, so do they. They're very chaotic. This is like the first major boss. That's the second boss in the game, so she's not. I mean, I nerfed her quite a bit. I have had to stop and heal quite a bit in this fight. So, nerfed might be the wrong term. I didn't get very well killing those at all. Guess she's getting healed too, huh? Man, it sucks. Ow. Gotta eliminate some of these extra helpers that she summons too. They're a problem. They have a spinning attack and they just go shooting at you, so if you're not paying attention, you usually get like just hit from the side by them, just out of nowhere. They start to really add up, so you really don't want to let them get too many of them. I don't know if I gave her a cap or not. I probably did, just because, you know, FPS is a thing. Sorry, yeah, that's the thing, but I should have timed this better because now I have no sanity. I need to run back to where I have sanity or can get it, so I pull her away. Still rotating, that's obnoxious. Ow. Deserved. As you can see, she has a tremendous amount of health because she keeps regenerating. This is the nerfed version. It is a very big endurance fight for certain. That's why she got such a nerf. I mean, she got nerfed. And like I say, the Empress is actually so far the most effective strategy I've found for beating her. Mostly because you take the least amount of damage while using it, on average, I find. But it's also unpredictable if you can even hit her. Because she has to get close enough to trigger it. Of course, you're using some of the broken abilities in this game, like actually the later abilities, I guess. She's not even coded to deal with the later abilities, so they just completely annihilate her. I mean, she shouldn't be. There's abilities that come, you know, show up like 5 hours later or something. Nowhere where I need her to be able to fight against those, right? Yeah, the fool who's, as you can see, using it usually revolves when you're taking a lot of damage. Like the fool is not very good against her. Honestly, I think they need a power upgrade or something like that. It's just, you need something to help it out. It's not that good. Oh, okay. Summoned your helpers, did you? Bummer. But she's at like 25% over, even 20%. So hey, you know, we're getting there. Try to get my sanity back while I do this. That's probably the most efficient strategy I find is doing the mid phase here. You kind of want to, if you're missing a resource, try to grab it. And a lot of times backing into the light's your best strategy. Because you probably have a lot more curse than you have sanity at this point. If you're using the Empress strategy. If you're using the Fool strategy, then it's not like that at all. Plays differently. I've beaten it both ways, but there's also the Temperance strategy where you never win the fight because it does so little damage, and I think she regens faster than it really matters. It's pretty bad. I really don't recommend that. Yep, they're already back, and now we're at the outskirts. Oh no. I guess we're cheating, huh? Alright, in the interest of ending this fight somewhat soon as I get back to working on it, I'll start using some abilities that I shouldn't have. The moon roughed her up. I clicked off it again. Nice. As I said, the moon roughs her up. It is so strong against her. She doesn't know what to do against it. She just attacks the clones, and the clones do a huge amount of damage if you destroy them. That's because they can attack them, so, you know, it's only fair that they do a lot of damage since they can be destroyed before they do anything. Yeah, you get an idea what the game's like from that, I imagine. That would be like where the first chapter would end. There's an ad break. Nice. Ooh. Is there anything else I need to figure out in that? Oops. Oh yeah. Just get rid of that. She might have died during an ad break. I can't tell if it did or not. If it did, that sucks. Oh well. Yeah, hopefully people saw enough to understand what the game was about after all that. Yeah, the first chapter ends with killing Voodoo there, and, well... good times from that point on. I think I had an NPC who spawns in this room or something, and I want to get rid of it, because I'm getting rid of that mechanic entirely. I had a mechanic where you could pick up toys and drag them to the painting world. Oh, actually, yeah, for the people who haven't seen... I forgot to do this, but just so you can see the painting world. You have the free paintings besides the first one. You go, woo. Yep, this is the painting world. All the little paintings just floating around. Got your save box here, very important. All the paintings in the game. There might be more, there might be... well, there's probably gonna be not less, but... This is Tinka, the ghost in the paintings. Just floating here doing her thing. Out in space. Never question it. And when you're a ghost in a painting, you do what you want, right? Originally we were gonna rescue toys and put them in these bases around here, but... really just wasn't that fun. It sounded cooler than it was. It honestly just seemed kind of like you're building a town you never want to visit. Because it happens to be how map travel works. So I'll probably put some sort of weird something in here just for interesting things. I don't know. Might just be more paintings, honestly, as the game gets bigger and bigger. That could happen. Or take some of the paintings from the outside and put them here. I don't know. Yeah, that was the other area that was not actually shown. For those people who are interested. Yeah, I'll probably go like another 37 minutes or something, and then I'll get off somewhat earlier today. I usually stream between 8 and 10 hours, just depends on how feisty I feel that day and how much work I did previous that day, because I have a regular job too. The more work I did in the regular day, the more then at the end of the day I'm like going, I can do 16-hour days. Beyond that, it gets real hard. I just I need at least 6 hours of sleep, and probably about an hour to do things like eat throughout the course of the day too. Plus, there's travel time to and from work. If I'm not working from home that day, I do work from home a lot. It does save a lot of time. But usually, I'd rather be going to the office because it means I'm making more money that way. Let me close this door. I keep forgetting. I keep saying, let me close it, and I didn't even write it down on the list. Nice. Six scenarios rough? Yeah. I actually had to dial back the streaming to only 4 days because someone's like, well, you should make YouTube videos so you can get more subs on YouTube. Okay, well, if you're working an 80-hour week, when are you going to find time to make videos too? I mean, what? So I was trying to get to the 1,000 subs on YouTube, and then after that, I just would go right back to just streaming 5 days a week because I want to work on the game. I want to finish the game by like October. I want to release it October 2026. There's too much to get done. It's never going to get done by this October, but I want to release it in October because it's clearly a Halloween game. Like, seriously, this game will do way better if I release it in October than any other month. I mean, it'll probably do fine in general, but it'll do way better in October. I have no delusions. But yeah, I've been working on the second chapter, and I was trying to decide what to do with the pirate girl boss of that one when I kind of got sidetracked. But I like doing I usually, at least once a night, I usually do a tour. As long as I get raided at some point, then I do a tour. I mean, as long as I get raided by like 2 people or something, I'm not gonna take an hour or 2 hours to do that. But you know, every time there's any kind of raid, it's like, oh, you're doing a tour. Sometimes a short tour. Sometimes, well, that was the long tour. I have this entire chapter I'm working on too, where you raise and lower the water to get to places. And have secret under areas and everything. Like going into like little secret tunnels in here and things. And jumping over the water and stuff. It's a place. Because the place is basically like, you know, a theme park and a building. And the second area is essentially like Neverland themed. With kind of a, well, I mean, there's a steampunk hinge to everything. Don't question why the Mega Man capsules everywhere. They just have been placed there for reasons no one knows. Very important. Well, you don't know, and that's all that matters. They even have a little bar. Yay! And a brig. Because why not, right? Why is there water noises? They watch. Supposed to free this fine gentleman over the course of this chapter, and he freed his brother in the previous chapter. You can also get the devil in here. Yay, the devil. You usually find wherever the buttons are and you just jump on it and it opens the way to these things, and that's where you get a tarot card. And then there's cases with like clues on them, then keys to those that let you get the upgraded versions. Yeah, working on all these things, and like the third area is like a toy city that is like the biggest concept thing ever, and then the fourth area is like the basement with all kinds of fun secret things going on. That's kind of the gist of all of it, I would say. Oh, definitely feeling those long days though. I usually stream like I'll have like the next 3 days off, then I'll stream 4 days. So this will be like the last day of the week that I stream, and then the weekends make up for the work that I missed during the regular week because I don't always get all that done. And then 1 day to YouTube videos and back to streaming. Yes. What was I even working on? I forgot. Oh, I was trying to make I was working on a new tarot card. And it was Judgment, which doesn't actually have a good animation there right now. Mostly all it's supposed to do is it's supposed to fire like little blasts that, you know, launch things, but it's not launching very well. In fact, it doesn't seem to launch well at all. Sometimes it launches too well, as you saw there. Also, the damage is nuts in this area. This weapon is really bad. I need an animation for holding it place, and I'll move it to a different location, but I just wanted to get the ability to function first before I made it look good. Yeah, it's supposed to be a little phonograph thing, and I'm gonna have her hold it, you know, I cradle it and walk around with it, and I can fire it that way. I gotta find some sort of cradling animation, which means I... like they're carrying something, essentially. But yeah, it doesn't seem to work on that one. So... And this one doesn't work on all either, so... That's weird. It's because my vector math is bad. I suck at vector math. No other explanation required. I suck at vector math. So... let me find the weapons here. Maybe I just get rid of this, get rid of all other actors thing. And the projectile parent, does it actually get? Or it's just hit result? Well, let's say I don't get everything, so it's just hitting one target, so I don't need to do that. So it gets a hit result on the sphere collision. And I save it, so... the hit result. Let's not run a loop through any of this crap. Let's just... destroy at the end, I suppose. Split this thing. Hit result hit actor. Sure. Gameplay tags other actor. Sure. Switch on gameplay tag, see which one it is. Sure. Then we're going to destroy actor at the end of all these. Oh, there's not even a boss here to worry about. I do want to destroy actor afterwards though, so... I'm just fine. Look at rotation in the other direction. EPMPC has movement code that would probably work along those lines too. I figured out all these vector math thingies in the past, so I'm very likely to go find wherever I figured it out the last time rather than try to figure it out again. Oh. Maybe that's better. Instead of all that weird garbage, that's projectile parent. Actually, I can see it here. This might be ludicrous. I probably need to do it differently, but that's okay. It has been vamooshed. Whoa. How'd that one get vamooshed and not the other one? I got vamooshed. Vamooshed. Also vamooshed. It's working, it's just, the number is so huge. So it's kind of a... I need to reduce the number to something not like this isn't like maybe I jump force 50 and I just negate jump force. Like it needs to be a lot less. Actually, do this split struck bin. Like 100. The launch force here they're talking about is like 500. And my launch force that's supposed to be bigger anyway, so sure. Oh. I think he's pulling it towards me. It works better, but I think it's not quite doing what I want. I think it's like, maybe I don't negate the vector. I can say vector math is my arch nemesis. I'm terrible at it. Everything does so much damage in this. I keep clicking off that, it's annoying. What if I don't negate the vector? The earbuds are like, one powered on apparently, even though it was already on, the other one disconnected, then reconnected, and I was like, what? So I was very confused for a second there. So if I don't negate the vector, what happens? Because I mean, it's the forward vector of the projectile, so that should, in theory, knock it the direction the projectile was going. There you go. That movement. Comes it override? I want to do another one that's like an AoE one that just hits everything near around you. But I want this vector math to work first before I worry about the big bad, you know, upgraded version. Also, I want to improve the way she's holding it, make the projectile look not terrible and stuff like that, you know? Make a note of that they're floating. Some turret enemies float when launched. Sure. I got hit by that. I was like, did this hit me? These do a lot of damage. You should have increased health at this point anyway, so, I mean, I need to put in a lot of the upgrades that just don't exist yet. I usually just play with base stats, like, until you began the game. So things do a lot of damage, and they really wouldn't do anywhere near as much damage if I had all the upgrades. I probably should have a baseline for what I'm testing for the second chapter. So I can scale all the things to not ridiculous. Oh, well, I'll program that in next week. Unless I get feisty and decide to stream over the weekend, but I don't think I will because I'm trying to do YouTube videos. But so far doing YouTube videos has actually made my streams get less traffic, not more. Which is pretty funny, I guess. It's like, Anyway. Honestly, I probably just had a sphere to this one. Is referenced anywhere? No? Might be here though. It is. Oh yeah, the stylized galaxy shader. This is what I want. Let's launch those instead. And then Wind's weirdly a rare element. Unless if this doesn't have wind stuff. Magical asteroid. I gotta see it just in case. Okay, well that looks... I mean, for the tower ability, this magical asteroid thingy looking pretty good. Because I wanted some sort of gravity thing for it, and that looks like a cool gravity thing, but... I don't know. I'll have to make note of it by just simply making a projectile or something for it or something. So, I don't even know what a gravity thing would do. Some kind of avoidability, some sort of destruction. It looks like some kind of a shield ability, though, not an actual, not like a projectile or something. I'll add it as a thing on Poppet, and then I'll just figure out later what it does, because there's no way I'll figure it out right now. I'm probably only going to stream maybe another like 10 minutes or so anyway, so I'm okay with an 8-hour day after my work day. An 8-hour extra work on top of my regular work. I wanted the devil to be about fire. It could also be a devil ability, though, I guess. Like the devil project particle. Because the other one's terrible in that it's just huge. Let's see. The other one's all fiery, and this would not be, so actually I think I'm just going to duplicate this code. Also, I can have the tower shield, just saying. I'll do it twice, thank you. That's obnoxious. I was just probably like the tower too or something. Those two nodes. I just want to see it work. Even if it's not, you know, doing anything. Just having that work is good enough for me. I do have the tarot card, right? I do. Another community center because I didn't find what I was looking for on this. Oof, 21 hours in, time for a break. Have fun for now, enjoy this if you can. Try to catch next stream. Oh. Thanks for hanging out, Pecklip, and you know, 21 hours, rookie numbers, right? You got this. You can make the 30. Yeah, I definitely plan on sleeping soon. I was just... Yeah. I really wanted to see what was causing this problem. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you next stream. Probably like 3 days from now, probably. Since I take 3 days off to do all my other work. Well, size T scale's not bad. Not pretty much. Victory is so close, and yet so far away. It's the wrong one. I actually need a. Oh, I know. I need to actually give myself the second tarot. The second one of these. Stupid. Actually, I packed her up. Ooh. All right. So. Now, those aren't quite what I was thinking as far as they would go, but it works. It just isn't ideal. Maybe it almost is in a way. It's kind of strange. But I was thinking of rotating it a little. Thankfully, rotation shouldn't be that hard to do. But if I want to scale it, see how long it takes me to figure out the rotation, huh? Well, obviously not. wonder if the X one's like, what if I do all zeros? What does that do for me? Oh, fantastic. There we go. I don't know what it does yet, but at least now I have floaty things around me. And that's always exciting, right? Alright. With that, I think I'll send the YouTube and kick people off and then raid out with Twitch. Somewhere. So for the people who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, or don't. Either way, thanks for watching. I'll be back in about 3 days, about 8 hours earlier than now. So, bye bye YouTube and kick people, and well, see you next time.